3 weeks ago that they have the sole authority to do what? To announce results. So all these results flying around and congratulatory messages, to me, they mean little or nothing to me. Do you get it? And this, my position is in line with Baramatu Voice philosophy. We don't pick information from the gutter. We pick information only from the instituted and constituted authority. And in the present circumstance, it's only Inec, either from the state headquarters in Asaba or from the national level, that we pick information from. Just like the way we've been doing in the first segment of today's program. The information we release to the people as it pertains to the result, we are gotten from Inec portal. Yeah, exactly. So in terms of the experience and everything, we are not the only Baramatu Voice staff, particularly we that are in the studio here, not the only set of people feeling the intrigues. It's across board. Deltans are waiting and watching with seized breath, looking, waiting to know that man and that the State House of Assembly. We are talking about 25 or 30 or so that we make laws for them and they pilot the affairs of the state for the next 4 good years. 4 years is not a joke, to hand over your life to one man for the next 4 years, should be a critical decision that must be viewed objectively before, make it. So I need to say this so that you will understand why the whole system across the state is like collapsed, waiting. Nobody is interested in his or her business, because we are now doing a bigger business, which is knowing who is going to lead us for the next 4 years.
This is a process of decision making, and that decision making process is good governance. And there is also this election period. There is anxiety on the faces of our Deltans, not just only Deltans, across states. There is anxiety who will be the next governor that will bring in the dividends of democracy.
If I may ask, what could have triggered that anxiety?
Anxiety in the sense that if it is one party system, there will be no anxiety. If you belong to maybe a political party, PDP or APC, and you are a supporter of PDP or a particular political party, there is this anxiety that I want my candidate to win, good or bad. That is the anxiety we are talking about. And the Deltans are also looking at who is credible to represent them at the various level of governance. So 4 years is a very long period of time. If you are staffed within 4 years, it is a long period of time for you to reflect upon on what to do. So at this point, good governance, a decision-making process, elections.
What I think is playing out is that Deltans wouldn't have been this worried had it been they've been receiving or getting the dividend of democracy so envisaged. I think they've been starved of leadership that is garnished with people-oriented programs. That is why they are not like looking out through the window to see whom the next leader is going to be, whether the person will continue in the old order or depart the old order, bring in a new paradigm, a shifting paradigm, in order for them to see if there will be, a fresh air into the
the fresh air we are talking about has to do with good governance. And we also seen that the anxiety we are talking about, election results are coming in,
of course,
and we need to look at the election results coming from the Collation Center, and it has been tabulated from the portal and is already on the public for viewers to see. And Baramatu Voice is bringing this direct from the election Delta State 2023 governorship election result. We're starting with a Car Northeast local government area of Delta State. Total registered voters is 131,000 945 persons.
Again, we take
100
it again for clarity. Yes. Okay.
131,945 persons. Then accredited voters 34,807. Those are the total accredited voters. Now we have APC 4,733 for APC. Then Labour Party 1,990. Then PDP 26,760. That is total. Yes.
It cannot.
Yes, it cannot East. That is coming from the Collation Center. Then total valid votes 33,808. Rejected votes 918. Total vote cast 34,725. And this is coming. Dr. Keshi Inoma is electoral officer, and Arnold Ojugo is LGA collation officer. But what we received, that a petition was received from APC. Ward 9 had issues. Inec REC were molested as reported, as the state election declared center this morning in Nasaba. Okay. So a petition, there is an issue on ground already in regard to this. That could be the yes, that could be the issue. Because we are seeing that RECO were molested as reported to the next state office.
But even if that is done, this is personal anyway. I don't see it affecting the result appreciably. You know why? I'm not a supporter of any of the political parties, but going by the trend, it will not be wrong to say that I'm not surprised at the outcome of this result. If you ask me why, I will tell you that the reason is simple. We still practice politics in this part of the world that is anchored on tribalism, favoritism, and what have you, all these things. All these things. Yeah. Okowa, the incumbent governor, is from this local government. So that informed, I'm not holding forth for you, but looking at the previous result and the voting patterns and styles, you will expect this kind of result. It's going to change immediately we come to Delta Central. So you will probably see a shift, the increase we move to that of in favor of the APC candidate. Because
I'm in line. Your thoughts are in line with what I wanted to say in regard to it, because is the current governor of the state, and definitely it is a house within that. So for somebody to come and invade his house completely, it will be a difficult. It could be a big failure. So definitely. Charity begins at home. So
and to say
that is why we have PDP as 26,000.
Yes, the margin
760.
I'm not even moved by the margin. It could have been more.
Yes.
Do you get it? Because yes, he may not have spread development across the state, but he did well for his people. Yes. He attracted so many, so that and that would have been. Is give and take. Every action requires a reaction. Though that's not my own form of a leadership philosophy, but looking at it from a myopic angle that we are
why did you look at it from the wider angle? He decided to take myopic view. So let's also look at that.
But sorry, just before we move, so that there will be a very good understanding of what we are doing. I think there is a visible sign of voters apathy. Looking at the number of total registered votes.
We have total registered votes, 131,000.
And the total vote cast is less than.
Yes, we have 131,945 total registered votes.
Yes.
Then accredited voters, 34,807.
Accredited, so over 100,000 people. Yes. This is okay. We can move on.
Yes.
I pray they do better in subsequent elections.
Sometimes it is a very technical process in a way. because with the new beavers approach, that could be a very technical, and sometimes this total number of votes for a period of 4 years, there are people who have died.
But there was never a time where we recorded
100 persons will die.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, there was no outbreak of cholera or whatever.
Maybe I could be as a result of COVID-19 or
no
the virus that occurred within that line. So let us look at the next results. Here we have Neosha, not LGA.
Okay, all right.
We have total registered voters. 89,010. We have accredited voters 16,846. That is what we have here. Then from the political parties, we have
16.
16.
Okay, all right.
16,084, 846 persons. Then APC have scored 4,386. Labour Party 1,883. PDP 8,938. Total valid votes 16,316.
Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Yes. Hello, good afternoon. Hello?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. And how are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay, all right. Can we get an update? What exactly is going on, please?
Well, we are right now at the Inec office as a Delta State headquarters of the Inec, Independent National Electoral Commission, Inec office in Asaba.
The Collation Center?
Yes, the State Collation Center, and now they are declaring the results, local government by local government. So far, 5 local governments have been declared. Started with Ika North East, followed by Anyosha, then Ndokwa East, then they now declared Ika South and Patani local government, which is just declared now. These are the 3 local governments that have been declared so far.
Okay.
We are on 30 minutes break now, waiting for other results to trickle in and be declared.
Okay, that is.
All right, thank you so much. We take it one after the other, but there is an additional information that a petition has been raised against the result of Cal North East. Is that information correct?
Yes, information is correct. The Inec return officer Inec stated that the petition they received a petition from APC, and there was also issues of molestation of INEC staffs and other things issue again. Then we also find out that heard from people that there was also thuggery attacks on passive voters, supporters of opponents in Iguma. Is it Iguma primary school in Kano State? I think Ward 2. I can't say. Yes, these are the reports I heard.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, in line so that you take it. So, hello, did the INEC officials say what their reaction is going to be in terms as it pertains to the petition received? Is it going to appreciably affect the result, or are they going to take the step of cancelling and ordering re-election of in those affected areas?
Yeah, actually, he did say so. You know, normally after every returning officer presents his or her local government results, then they will now ask for questions whether the EFCC or any other complaint from the press and others. And when there is issue area of there's no complaint, they will not ask the public, should you accept this result or not? And the vote is usually yes, accept the results, just like National Assembly style. So the result was accepted. They did not tell us if they are going to how they are going to handle the petition, but it was just accept or reject. That was the issue.
Okay.
So thank you very much. You've already clarified that aspect, because I wanted to ask how valid could be this petition work for the benefit of the opposition parties that are contesting in regard to the molestation issues raised, how effective
you are one of us. There's no problem. Yeah, we know our limits as media professionals. Let's go into details, please. Can we, as somebody as our colleague that is at the center circle where the information is dished out undiluted, can we get the details of all these reports, local government by local government, beginning with the Car Northeast, please?
You mean you want me to read the local government to you?
Like the total, okay, we have it already. Okay, all right, okay. So, yeah, okay, no problem.
So there is a question I want to ask. Now you are there at the Collation Center. What do you think? Yes. What is exactly the challenge that is ongoing there?
Well, what I would say the challenge is that the Inec officials, they don't really tell us what is actually happening. They will really say, like in the morning, yesterday night we were here until around 8 o'clock. They said we were going to resume 8:30, and 8:30 when we were here, they now came back to tell us that we should go and reconvene by 9 a.m. this morning. We were here 9 a.m. this morning. Yes, after the reading of 3 results, declaration of 3 local government results, they now asked us to go for an hour break, which we stayed for about 2 hours before we resume. And now after declaring for 2 local government, they now say we should go about 30 minutes break again. They don't tell us which local government is ready or any other thing. They say when we will convene, they just say, okay, so local government come and declare your result. So I can't really say what is actually happening, and our talks or questions are limited because other observers are also here.
Exactly. Okay.
Sir, there is a follow-up question in regard to that. INEC has a way of, for instance, now all results are transmitted electronically, and you are now at the Collation Center. The results that they have announced so far, is there any difference between the announced results and the collated results that they are now reading out to the public? Is there any difference?
So far for now, I've not seen any difference in anyone.
Okay, all right. Then, all the party agents are well represented.
Yes, they are well represented here.
Have you in any way observed any pockets of protest coming from any of the party agents?
No, they except one of the agents. I can't remember the party. The Koke ZLP. He queried the result of Car Northeast, and some persons shouted him down somehow. You understand me?
Yes. Okay.
Somehow he kind of, I won't say quiet, but somehow he was put aside. He tried to challenge the result of the Car Northeast, a particular unit, and give complaint about some areas.
Okay,
apart from that, the state PDP chairman is here, and other parties are also here.
Okay, all right, thank you. Then, are you saying that right there that they have no information center where journalists can go to seek information and clarifications?
They've not created that one yet, except we ask them direct, which I can do because everybody is here, the rec are here, parents of every of the elections that are stakeholders in these elections are here too.
Okay, so
including foreign observers.
Okay.
I think
from I don't know, that would be the next question, but is it possible for us to speak with any of those officials?
Okay, should I go and do I need to seek their permission before telling them, okay, let me just walk there because I work hard so that the noise will reduce.
Oh, correct. Now that they are on break, seek their permission, yes, sir.
Okay.
Sometimes it is very difficult for INEC officials to speak to press.
When
they have a commissioner, so it will be a contradiction.
Okay. Yes. The rec is on the high table.
Okay.
Let me try if I can meet him to seek his opinion.
Okay.
The NDLE officials are also here.
Okay.
He wouldn't. The rec would not.
Okay.
The rec would not answer. Because it break. This man, and the next time.
Okay, let us.
It's
important. Though he has given us the necessary information, or hearing from the. Yes, okay.
Let me give the PRO. Where is the PRO?
Okay.
Okay. The rest said cannot answer that.
Okay.
So can I let me try the PRO?
Yeah, no problem. It's even the right person.
Observers.
Yes,
Good, sir. Sir, somebody wants to speak with you. Baramatu voice. A live program. Baramatu voice. Yeah, for life. Hello?
yes, hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Baramatu Voice reaching you live from Warri. Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, Jerome is my name, and with me is Asaye Enaibo. We are reaching you right from the studio of Baramatu Voice, beaming
Thank
from
you.
Warri. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. As an Inec staff, how exactly is it going? The ongoing governorship and the State House of Assembly election.
Well, I am at the state head office at the Collation Center. We are receiving results from the FGA. As I speak, we have received results from Anyocha North, Ika North East, Patani, Ika South, and Ndokwa East. So that is where we are at the moment.
Okay. Well, that's fine. And there is this report of improvement for your in performance between what happened on the 25th of February and that of yesterday's experience. What could have set the stage for your improvement? Could you throw more light to it?
Well, I believe you'll be talking about the fact that there was no immediacy in the upload of our results.
Exactly, yes.
Well, as you well know, Inec does not necessarily control network providers or what happens at that level. But we are thankful that this time around we are able to, we have uploaded at least about 50% of our results on the RF portal.
Okay. Okay. Even as we are having this conversation, election or voting is currently ongoing in some parts of Warri, Southwest local government. Are you going to wait for the outcome of that result, the voting outcome, before you announce, or do you have any backup arrangement for it?
Okay, those supplementary elections are necessarily important to before we add up to the final result. So I expect that where those elections are taking place in Warri South and Ukwa and local government area, I expect that those elections will be completed before they present their results.
Okay. Yeah, there is this petition currently lying in front of you. I mean the leadership of the Inec leadership in the state from APC, where they raised red flag against the result of the Ika North East. What are you people doing about the petition, please?
Well, like the Commission has processes of receiving and processing or dealing with petitions. I expect this will not be different in that regard. I expect that the Commission have received the petition, and of course we look at the petition on its merit. And you know, in elections like this, there are processes. I expect that at the end of the day, the petition will be treated in line with the processes set out by the Commission when we are having elections of this magnitude and nature. Okay,
thank you so much for the time. But just before we go, sir, all things being equal, if the result from Okwan and Warri South is transmitted to the office, how soon should Deltans be expecting to know the next governor?
Well, we are, like I told you, we have received just 5 LGA as I speak. That leaves a total of 20 LGA results. So we don't want to speculate as to when this might be done. So let's just wait it out and see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. We appreciate. Now this. We are making progress.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our colleague from the Collation Center. We appreciate you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, okay.
Yes, it is a very serious one, and
yes.
speaking directly to the INEC officials on
Not
ground
just
and how
INEC official, but
yes,
the state public relation officer.
at the collation center.
Yes. So we got the raw, like we keep promising, we got the raw and undiluted information. That's one of the hallmarks and characteristics of Baramatu Voice, and more reason why you should stick to the station.
When you look at the trend of how the results are transmitted and the uploads that is coming at the collation center, I think if what happened from the reporter simultaneously what is uploaded on the cyber and the same time at the collation center there is no difference. It is in order.
Yes.
I think there is a new
hope. Yes.
For
in fact,
because if, for instance, as a journalist, you should is telling us exactly what is happening. If it's the change or there is no change in that dimension, there is a hope for the common man.
Yeah, I think we are making progress. We are making progress. But for the fact that we are making progress does not mean that we should brush aside or sweep under the carpet all the issues and concerns raised in the past. They should be looked into as well. But from looking at the level of sanity so far demonstrated and leadership provided by INEC in the state, I'm not talking nationally, I think we are headed for the right result. Or don't you think so?
Yes, I think so. Before I go into that discussions, let's also call some the results that has already been in the public domain at the collation center, where we get direct information. Anyosha North LGA, which were total registered voters 89,000. I think
we've gotten that result before. We've announced it. So we go to the next.
Okay, that is Ndokwa.
Yes.
Ndokwa East LGA. A total of 86,208 voters, accredited voters 20,434 voters. Then we have from the different three political parties, the APC 9,044 voters. Then the Labour Party we have 251. Then PDP 10,146. Total valid votes 19,843. Rejected votes 485 rejected votes. Total cast votes we have 20,328. Then Arinze Augustine is the LGA Electoral Officer, and Dr. Iwerido Joseph is the LGA Returning Officer. We have a case of a snatch of beavers and obstruction of voting reported. So, in my area, there is one proverb that says, I hope it's not that proverb of cat with 9 lives.
No. That he that steals a drum, where is he going to beat it?
Look at it anywhere. In the market square.
Immediately you announced the issue of beaver snatching. I said, what is it that will propel somebody to go and snatch beavers machine? After the election, what are you going to do with it?
Okay, if you snatch it now, where are the cards or the voters that you are going to slaughter?
Where are the cards, and what are you going to do with the beavers machine after now? Is pathetic, but it's a situation we found ourselves. We move on with the
report. It is one of those things.
Then we equally need to comment on the result. I'm particularly concerned about the level of apathy, the voters' apathy. From 86,000, 20,000 was accredited. 86,000 and some 208 registered voters. This is not just a gap, but a gully, as in the distance, as in the wide margin between the number of registered votes and And at the same time, on a good light, is equally a sign that something mysterious has been happening all this while. Because we've never witnessed, that is before the advent of a beaver's machine. It's a sign that then maybe with this we could have gotten about 80,000, you know.
Do you know that during the ravaging floods, that area was greatly affected? The human lives have float along with the Niger River. So that is when
I look at this and use it to compare what has been happening before, it's a sign that there is a belief by some analysts that you know Africa was structured to fail in leadership. Do you?
You know, if people structured you to fail and you refuse to fail, what will play out? Definitely, you have overcome that plan. So, people, African leaders, Nigerian leaders, has to stand firm independently to restructure their ideologies, so that there will be a shift in leadership. The failures we are having is because we are not planning for ourselves. You don't allow somebody to plan for you and succeed in it. It's not possible. You plan for yourself and you succeed in that dimension. That is the you know, it is worrisome.
Before we just go to the next result, what about this issue of a politician going to his people to tell them, I want to represent you? They will say, no, we don't want you. We've gotten a candidate. He will tell them, no, it's by force, I must represent you people. Because those are the things, those are the propellers of this beaver snatching, the ballot box. You understand? Is as the greatest fool is he that fools himself. Do you get it? If you are popular, you will know. You don't need anybody to.
You are popular.
You are popular.
If you are not popular, if you like, spend all the money.
And that's why we are experiencing all these flashes of violence here and there and all those.
You know, people need to build their popularity before elections. What you have, your footprint matters a lot. What you have done for the people will always speak for you. So if you have not done anything, you end up recruiting people that will snatch ballot box or beavers. And technically, beavers is not what you snatch and make.
You don't get me to remember that proverb. You snatch something that you don't need, that will not even translate or better your chances. Anyway,
yes, let's go into the other results that we have already here, and it is very, very interesting to see that the result here is quite. We have the Patani LGA, total registered voters 49,385 voters, and accredited votes 11,421. We have the different political parties. The APC score 4,743. Labour Party 85, PDP 6,069 voters. That is 6,000. Yes, Patani 69.
Patani is a Delta.
Patani is Patani local government area.
I'm talking about the senatorial district.
Delta South senatorial district. That is one of the results. And what we have here is that there is a new shift. Let's go to the total valid votes. 11,183.
Out of 49,000 registered votes.
You know, we have accredited votes. 11,421.
Okay.
Total valid votes 11,183.
183. Okay.
Yes.
Meaning that about
200 and something is out of it. Well, then rejected votes 280. 238 votes rejected. Total cast votes. Total cast votes. I think there is an error here.
Total cast votes is
12,421.
Coming from them?
because yes, there is something, because we have accredited votes 11,421.
So
then the total cast votes are over the accredited
amount to issue of overvoting.
Then we have an issue. Inec head of voter education publicity local drama. Please analyze his interview. So there is an issue here, because it accredited votes
supposed not to
not override
the total votes cast, supposed not to exceed accredited votes. Exactly. So that will automatically amount to issue of overvoting.
Maybe there could be an error in the time of sending this report.
Is a straight cancellation if that is done. The issue of overvoting going by. Again, welcome back to the program. It's still Baramatu Voice Election Headquarters. Now we are at the 18-meter box of this, of the game, where anything can happen.
Yeah.
Where everything has been narrowed down to where the state collection center, and the next action after collection is what? Declaration.
None of the results.
So if few hours from now, chances are that Deltans may know the new who will emerge to succeed the incumbent governor in the person of Senator Dr. Ifeanyi. We've been looking at some results, and the results reflect so many things to so many people. The voting pattern shows that we are still, tied to party affiliations, tribal considerations, and maybe religious inclination.
It's part of it.
Exactly.
It's part of it.
So that notwithstanding, even if you are going to correct such a mentality, it's not going to be now again. It's going to be the next electoral exercise. So we thank God for the peaceful nature of the whatever here in the state, though there were flashes and pockets of hostilities and challenges. Okay. And at the same time, we are glad enough that just a few minutes back we were able to speak directly with the public relation officer of the Independent National Electoral Commission here in the state, and he spoke extensively of how far they've gone and what they have done, what they are doing, and what Deltans should expect.
Yes.
I think
it is the expectance, and I said earlier that there is anxiety from all Deltans in terms of who will be the governor of Delta State, and that has to do with governance. And when you envisage that a good leader will come in these 4 years, definitely there are things that you considered that will make it feel that yes, it is a good leader during the tenure of this person's, a lot of development across Delta State. That is what Deltas are looking at. Deltas are not looking at a leader who will centralize development at his own territory. And where I am from Susu Senatorial District, I want to concentrate on my community. Delta is beyond that. Delta is a multi-ethnic state that has to do across different parts. So whoever that is coming into Delta State, forget about tribal, the language you speak and all of it. Go straight to holistic development of the state, where everybody will benefit. No, at this decision-making period, this is a period where people hope for the best. That yes, if Mr. A is declared winner, definitely we expect that this is our challenge is going to address it.
You become the governor for all.
Because, for instance, now, when I was in the field, there are people who are, there was a question you asked me, as the people satisfied in terms of infrastructural development, there was, during the presidential, you asked me these questions. Because if you go to, for instance, now, Ayakromo Ward 7, they were talked about, we don't want somebody who promised us more than 10 years that they will construct a bridge for us. It's only pillars we are seeing. We don't want that kind of government that will keep on promising until at the end nothing is done. So we want a change of governance that will approach our needs. So that is what Delta's needs. That is what Delta State Holistic Development is all about. So at this point,
we pray that opportunity will come for that. But still on our conversation with the Inec Public Relations Officer in the state, he told us that election as we speak, and as we have equally informed you, our dearest viewers, the elections are still ongoing in some parts of Warri Southwest local government of the state and part of Okwa and the local government area, and that no matter what, they are expecting the exercise to end successfully and the result transmitted to the INEC headquarters in Asaba. And until that is done, that process must be completed before we should expect the result. And he said also that as at that material time that we are having that conversation with him, that they received 50% of the results, meaning that they are still expecting more results from other local governments.
50% uploaded on the
site. Yes, that's what they had uploaded, and they've announced 5.
Yes, 5.
They declared 5 local governments, and out of the 5, there is already a kind of petition against a particular result of a particular local government in the local government of the name of the local government is the Ika Northeast local government area, and coincidentally, Ika Northeast local government area is that local government where the incumbent governor, Senator Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, is from. You understand? And so we don't know what could have happened, but going through the petition, they made mention of some pockets of hostilities and challenges, maybe that and the ballot snatching and beavers.
That's occurred in a car. What they said is that they have issue of INEC collation officer were molested. That is what they said in regard to that.
Okay, so that's just it, and he threw more light to it, giving some kind of hope that they are working on it. That after looking at the merit of the petition, that will inform the next line of action they will take. Then we equally asked him when Delta should expect the result to be announced. He said the commission as a responsible and responsive body will not like to go into speculation, that they are handling issues the way it comes.
There is one particular aspect he raised that he talked about in regard to the petition. There is a due process in every system, and that due process has to be taken. And you could remember the clamor that if you don't like the results, you go to court. So the processes are very clear.
The thing is, even you remember while we were having that conversation with him, we made mention of it that there is an appreciable improvement on INEC's performance. So maybe part of that improvement is the act of dropping that idea of if you don't like it, go to the court. INEC, based on my objective observation between yesterday and today, has become a very civil and responsive in the way they handled their issues. One may be tempted to ask, say, okay, they are responsible. Why is it that there are pockets of violence and challenges? I think that's not the responsibility of INEC. It should be that of the security personnel, that were deployed to
we have what is called voters education. Voters education talks about violence and all of it. It is also part of the politicians to enlighten their supporters, because most of these things comes as a result of the different political party key actors, where they want to, by all means, I want my boss to win this election by all means possible, and not knowing that what they are doing will affect the outcome of the result. Yeah. And these are some of the issues that political parties ought to enlighten their followers, that if you do this, it is against us. If you do that, it is not for our own favor.
Think that you are helping us, without knowing that in a broad sense of the word that you are like.
So once violence happens, even the police sometimes will do their best, but these things will happen in their. They don't have arms, any kind of stuff. But what they expect is that these adults are matured enough to coordinate themselves, to do what is right. But unfortunately, things are not playing out in that dimension. So once that happens, if it does not affect the totality of the outcome of the results, the collation centers, they will definitely collate their results and give to the appropriate authorities for announcements. So that is what has played out today. So looking at, it talked about bringing these results at these two particular LGAs that are still doing their voting processes. It is normal that all elections at different local government didn't come at the same time. They come one after the other. Yes. That is why Inec has to use mechanisms to maybe read out those ones that are already on the ground, awaiting the other local government collation returning officers to bring in their own LGA reports before giving final pronouncement. So at the end of it, they will now give a declaration. So if Delta State is 25 local government area, receiving 20 is not enough to declare one person winner. So they have to wait.
It's a holistic thing. You want vote and matters.
Yes.
Because the consequence of the decision is going to affect that person that was disenfranchised. So there is this need to give everybody ample opportunity to participate. Like the inability of election to hold in the Omo-Agege of yesterday. That's why I expected such. Within that enclave, that is where the two deputy governors of the two major political parties hail from. This is Omo-Agege,
yes.
The PDP deputy governor in the person of Chief Oyema, and the APC deputy governorship candidate, they are all from that. So it's understandable
that there must be a clash of interest.
So apart from that, there is equally information that some of the governorship candidates of some of the other political parties are equally from that. So that place, to me, qualifies as the battleground or the battlefield.
The most important thing is that if there are misunderstandings and resolve for election to take place, it's a good order. Unlike when you have a battle of war and totally that LG has been cancelled. That is to tell you the degree of violence. But fortunate enough, the election process, the people become conscious that if I do not vote, I am out. So they have to play key into the process and carry out a peaceful election. It has been a wonderful time with Baramatu Voice. And one thing that from the results we are seeing, we have discussed this severally, the obedient movement. You can see the result.
Just before we go, there is need for us to equally appreciate the man at Inec that we spoke with. That's in the person of Mr. Bukola Ojeme, the head of education and education enlightenment and publicity here in the state. He really, in a critical time
prompt response.
Yes, in a critical time like this, most of them don't like speaking, to the press. So I'm equally impressed that he volunteered to speak with our correspondent. It's very, very. Those are the type of character that we encourage public office holders to emulate. But unfortunately, most of them we hide under the principle of anonymity or whatever, and to invade or to in order not to do the right thing. So
You know, for it is a very good. The man has a good manner. For a public somebody in that kind of office to quickly respond to a telephone call from a journalist,
and we informed him that it's a live program.
Yes, for somebody to maybe pick a a phone from a journalist in the collation center to speak is I don't know that studio. I don't want to talk. Those kind of manners will come. But for him to politely respond to us is to tell us the level of education he has acquired, because people need to be aware of what is happening.
Is it truly about education, or just,
it's awareness? It could be awareness and orientation, because somebody want to talk to you. You are in a very strategic office. You have to talk to everybody, be it small or big. You cannot discriminate who you want to talk to and the kind of persons you want to reach out to. Any person can call you in that office that you are serving the people. And our journalists at the collation center,
exactly,
for his prompt response.
He did well, and in using it in clearer terms so that for possible digest of the information, we had an interactive session with one of the high-ranking Inec officials in the state, in the person of Mr. Ojeme. Ojeme heads the publicity, enlightenment, and education section, and he did inform us that the election is still ongoing in part of Warri South, and Southwest, and Okwane. He equally told us that they received a petition from the APC as a party in the state against the result. So far, the result declared, that's with local government, I cannot East local government, which happens to be the local government where the incumbent governor of the state, in the person of Senator Dr. Okowa, hails from. And in your best interest, we asked him when you should expect the result, but he told us that it's not in their character to speculate, that they will be taking it the way it comes. And he made mention of the fact that they have had 50% of the result uploaded on the and they have announced 5. These 5 includes, we can go through them again.
Yes, we have the first is Northeast local government area, and where we have a total votes cast 34,725, where PDP leads, and we also have Anosha North LGA. Total vote cast is 16,846, where PDP leads. We also have Ndokwa East local government area. Total cast vote to 20,328, where PDP leads. We have the Patani LGA at total cast votes is above. There is a small issue to talk about in regard to this number that overrides the accredited votes, and that could be it could assume to be a typographical error, because from the Inec to have this in the public domain, it could be an error. We'll get to see it when the final results are out to look at what exactly the cost of this accredited votes. Now, total cast votes overriding accredited votes. That
amount of voting, that is something.
Because, what is passing through from the unit levels down to the LGA level, and LGA is bringing it to the state level, and for states,
meaning that it must have been captured in any of these states.
Yes, maybe there could be a slight error in regard to that, because I don't understand that penalty of that particular error. It could be even if you do it at the polling unit level, the collation officer at the ward level will ought to have corrected that error in that regard.
We leave that for Inec to decide. They should have an internal control mechanism to correct. It's not a very good narrative that such a mistake is allowed to get to the public glare. You get it? Well, now 5 states, 5 local governments, sorry, out of the 5, PDP won the 5.
Yes.
Is it a pointer to what Delta should expect? Out of 5, this is politicians, they have slogans here and there, and part of, if you ask them to coin a slogan using what has happened now, they will tell you 5 over 5.
Yes. That's your question is to direct to it is a calling program. Exactly. It is a calling program. So what the Deltas expect is just look at the 5 LGAs. We have PDP leading all the 5 declared. And at this point, is that what Deltans expect? It's got to be directed to me so that we can get opinions from.
Is it a pointer to what Deltas will expect?
Let me reverse the question. Is that what Deltas expect?
Okay, you know what? We are just hours away from what Deltans, we get, because now is above everybody. Registered vote is 49,385. Accredited voters 11,421. Yeah. Then the voting pattern, you can take it up from the APC.
Yes, I have not seen updates.
APC 4,743.
Yes.
Labour Party
85.
PDP 6,069, and the total valid vote 11,163, rejected votes 238, and total vote cast 11,421. I think is in order now.
Okay,
that's the correct result. So we thank our producer for effecting that correction. And for our very dear viewers, this is the correct result as it stands. But that notwithstanding,
no, I said it earlier.
It's only the figure that changed, but the winning pattern remains.
Yes.
PDP still wins the local government. So
I said it earlier that it could be a typographical error. Yes. It couldn't be from Inec office. It could be maybe the journalists in the course of trying to get across to us in the process of typing.
Journalists are known to be in a hurry, and that is why
everybody want to deliver. I want to be the first to get this breaking news.
There are reasons. One, news are born per second and die per minute. You get it? And most importantly, journalism is history in a hurry. You get it? History in a hurry. So people can, if you are into research, it can take you months.
Yes.
But if you try it in journalism, you will be out of job. So for while in communication school, you are always advised to, you know what? Release it the way it is, then do a follow-up. You get it? No report should be comprehensive enough to the extent that nothing will be added later. So release it. That's why it qualifies as history in a hurry. So that's exactly what has happened now. Yes. So the follow-up we've gotten. Yes, exactly. So, but so back to this conversation, I'm still concerned for 2 reasons. I'm from this state. So the consequence of whatever decision we take now is going to rub on us. And if there's anybody that is interested in seeing Delta transform to a hyper-modern society, I should be the one, top the list. If going by what we have seen, 5 over 5, and this result trickled down from 2 senatorial districts, Delta North and Delta South, by virtue of Patani. If it continues this way, what should?
It is expected that anything can happen in this election. Don't forget that over the years, PDP has been ruling in the states.
Yeah, of course.
They will put in all measures to make sure they reclaim their victory. Where they stand,
they maintain
their victory, because it is very hard, for incumbent to lose out for a new political party.
But is it a bad idea to lose?
It is not a bad idea to lose. It's the matter of how committed the people who are with you matters. If they are also tired of you going out, definitely you will go out. But if they are with you constantly to maintain that status quo, you will definitely be in that dimension. But if what happened is that we are no longer interested in this political party, you will be out. It is a common philosophy. So now from Delta North, it is 5 out of 25.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have to wait not to preempt and give analysis that will trigger people that yes, we heard it in Baramatu voice that PDP
I can understand.
because this is a media organization that everybody from far and wide in their communities, without even having electricity, they have used the power bank to power their Android phone, watching Baramatu voice live update. So here matters to the act of Niger Deltans, those who are in the creek. Yes, we don't have electricity, but Baramatu voice has made us to be seeing what is happening in the city. The election update, people are sleeping in the Baramatu voice platform 24 hours to get updates. So what out of 25 we are waiting more as we will give updates to our followers and viewers on what is coming to the situation room.
Still in the same spirit, another local government has been added.
Okay.
So we can actually take a look at it.
Let me also check and look at it.
I think it's Udu local government.
Yes, we have Udu local government area of Delta State. Our total registered votes 143,769. Accredited votes 26,908. Yes.
Sorry, come again.
Total registered votes 143,768. Then accredited votes 26,908. APC 13,769. Labour Party 1,886. PDP 9,746. Total valid votes 26,142. Rejected votes 575. Total cast votes 26,716. As announced by the LGA returning officer, Professor Shinere Unkolo. That result is coming from Udu, and we see APC leads.
That reminds me. When I was then in, that was SS3 or so, first term, there was this exam economics that we did. So after that, there was this popular textbook then. We were all reading the textbook.
You attended, which school was that?
Oh, the great St. Anthony's College.
Okay.
Oborevwori.
Okay.
We call it then this Sankova-City. We believe that SS3 in St. Anthony's is like first year in the university. It's now a model and modern secondary school. That's by the way. Anyway.
You attended secondary school. I attended standard 6. So more is older than yours.
Okay, no problem.
What's your story?
We were all reading one textbook, one good economics textbook. The economics teacher now left us and picked his question from another textbook. So, right in the exam hall, we were all confused. But to cut a long matter short, at the end of the exam, in every class you have a those people that used to be at the back, I heard some of them, majority are always, it will be proper, but there is a way they have their own character. So one of them just picked chalk, went to the board and said, condition has changed from this textbook to another. Is it applicable here?
You know, this is one
there
of
is a shift.
This is one of, I told you that let us not make Deltans that fear of it, and we also see that there are local governments that APC will
stronghold.
Strongholds. There are local governments that.
Are you not saying that Udu is one of them?
Yes, Udu is one of them.
What are the indicators?
Yes, a time immemorial for this development. If you every elections, Udu has a very strong opposition. Unlike the riverine local government where you have PDP, and even the riverine local government, there is a change in it. There is a new trend. Odu has always been opposition. From senatorial elections, you see that the opposition is always leading Odu. As of rep, the opposition is always leading Odu. It is only at the local government elections you have the state government influencing Odu vote where PDP will not emerge. So Odu has always been APC. So it is not out of place for somebody to see that Odu APC won. It is not out of place. It is not out of place because I've been following every election in Odu. Opposition is taking the lead.
Always taking the lead.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so maybe there is always a starting point for everybody and every event. Maybe this is like the starting point for APC. Let's watch out for the next result that will come in.
Yes.
And know if they will sustain it. But in all, we are fair to all.
Still in Baramatu Voice election headquarters where we discuss critical issues that affect the whole of Nigerian politics. And right in Delta states where elections, yes, charity begins as home. We as a media organization across the Niger Delta region, we discuss issues for the betterment of humanity. And at this point, it's a decision-making process where at the local level, which is the House of Assembly, the state level, I mean to say, and the governorship. Lawmakers some of them are now dancing in their various some are now boarding. Where do I fail? Why did I fail? Would all what have accumulated over the years, or did they run away with what I gave to them? So there is a note of regret at this point. It's not knowing that there is no place, there is no table that is permanent for one particular person.
But what triggered these surprises? From my own analysis is, this new awareness. Like I keep making reference to that particular incident. There was this reported case of where somebody, rented a boat, packed people to the riverine community, and they got to that place and voted, against him. That's to show you that that there is a strong resolve to vote the right people. Yes, and we are all leaders by virtue of the fact that we've been given the right by the Constitution to be the one to choose our leaders. And fortunately for all of us, like what's his name, Jim Collins, in his powerful book, Good to Great, noted, he said that the first duty of a leader is to get the right people. That once you get the right people, every other thing will fall into place because they will help you to generate ideas, formulate policies, and drive the implementation of those policies. And exactly this is what we should be expecting from whoever that is going to be, emerge the governor of the state. We should encourage him to look beyond party line and party affiliations and go for the, Deltans that are, well informed and successful in their various field of endeavors. Bring them to join hands with him and him or her before women will accuse me of declaring the result before the result.
There is no consciousness in leadership. If Mr. A, or for instance now, this is a community, you are in a community where one or two persons are very rich. The question is that how many persons have this person influenced to become as the way he is now? So that if you want to maintain that leadership structure, and you said you want to be the single tree in the forest, there are people that is looking at you that you are not helping the situation.
Yes.
So if you are having a contact with the governor and having the benefits, and the benefit is not coming to the masses, there will be a day that the animals will fight. The animal farm, you remember?
No, of course,
when
yeah,
they revolted. So this what is happening where you took fair people to their polling units, they voted against the parties that mobilized them to side. It's just like the animal farm. Yes, how many persons have you influenced? Are you that person that is one tree in the whole of the forest?
Yes,
because I'm looking at who he helped. There is a common saying that who he helped. That is the common saying. So if you want to maintain a leadership quality and be respected in your community, now grow a plant and you have seen them grow differently in the forest. That is when you can tell them that yes, Mr. A, Mr. B, people will fight your fight.
Of course.
That is how it is. But when people feel that you are not there for them, you are there for yourself and to be known, they are already trying to find a way, in a little way, to disgrace you. And once that happens, you have started losing your value. So that is the situation of things. That is what happened. Do you know how painful it could be that people that you very hope feed them, and they at the end fight against you? They have to tell you that this your cup of food, we are no longer interested.
What we need,
bring in something that will make us to be like you. Teach a man how to fish. How to
eat forever. Don't give him fish. I think that's where the new awareness is taking Deltans and Nigerians, of course, too.
Yes.
And is a welcome development. And we pray that Deltans will be able to sustain it.
Yes. Let us begin with the communities.
Yes,
there are people that sometimes our own underdevelopment have been engineered by the leaders. Yes.
Yes, you are right. Because they weaponized hunger, you understand, and they engineered policies that promote poverty.
No, there are people that manage your poverty. They will manage your poverty, give you small things to chop. They will not enlarge it so that you will not be a serving boy. You become a serving boy for a period of long time. You serve the father, you serve the child, and even the grandchildren. Say, this is my father's servant. They will continue to even serve the. So what role have you played for this person that have saved you for this period of time to expand the scope that you become an independent? It will give you that credit that Mr. Jerome was once upon a time that made me to stand firm. But Delta politicians, if from the community level, if Mr. A will now write to this my status, he will not respect me. So I will not do anything to make him grow. That has been the challenge. So the trend now, those who manage now is the wife revolt. I will continue.
In leadership, we refer to them as a general surrounded by 1,000 lieutenants.
Yes.
You understand? You just make them to rally around you, by not getting them equipped so that they can become independent minded. It's pathetic, and you really need to depart.
So if anything play out in this election, don't be surprised.
Yes. So and as a Greek man,
yes,
do you get it? And the talking drum of the Niger Delta election is ongoing in part of Warri West, Warri Southwest. What should we expect?
Election is ongoing in Warri Southwest. Yes, we have two major contestant. The APC.
Unfortunately, Labour Party is out of it.
Labour Party, the third force is out of it. There is no story of the third force.
Look at somewhere in the east. I was coming back home one day, and at Asaba I met some people fighting. Look at it, and one was uncontrollable and unconsolable. They were, why? Don't stop that. At the point, he said he called him idiot. They were not saying, is it because he called you idiot that made you to be, wanting to kill? He said, no, not that he called him idiot, but the way he structured his mouth to call him that idiot. The way he structured, he positioned his mouth to call him the idiot. The same thing with Labour Party's fall. Not that they got disinterested That is my concern. But if you go through the result, you will understand what I'm saying. Where this was called 16,000, 9,000, they will get 1,000. So the margin is my major concern. They did not fail honorably.
Maybe they've poured cold water on them.
They did not fail
during the negotiation process. You know, they've poured cold water on them during the negotiation process. You know, at a point they were begging the obedient movement.
Okay.
So what that could transpire to the level of they living are fading away. Now there is no any obedience anymore.
Like Chief Mulade, we spoke before. He said that people have gone back to their traditional political.
And it is how that is bit of democracy. It is how you relate to people that will matters. Like somebody is coming to win maybe House of Assembly in Brotu, a new political party. It is how you relate to people. And when you are not even having a position, how you have engaged people, work with people, love the youth, move with women, everybody will have, so person is come, even though Peter Obi made a statement, collect their money and vote for your conscience. So the people have collected their money and vote for their choice of a new change. That is what played out. So Warri Southwest election is ongoing. Definitely they will look at track records and what is good for the people. That is what is going to play out. It is not a matter of Labour Party anymore. It is a battle between APC and PDP. And the two contestants are just like what is happening in Delta Central. All the governors are coming from Delta Central. We have the Omo-Agege as a Roboman. We have Chief Kenneth Bagi is an Roboman. We have Great Oborevwori is an Roboman. Ken Pella from Oginimbu.
It's an Roboman.
Yes.
Even the PDP, you've not mentioned the PDP chairman.
The PDP.
Okay, you said Sheriff.
Sheriff Oborevwori is an Roboman. So the Delta State Warri Southwest, the House of Assembly person is an German for PDP. The House of Assembly for APC is an German. So they were going to look at what could be the best for them and make the decision for themselves. So that is the situation on ground. What is happening in Kwani where they cancelled the vote, it could be as a result of the analysis that we give.
Okay, if I may ask, because I don't have that information as we speak, the House of Assembly guy representing Warri Southwest, is he a returning?
Yes, Honorable Momotimi Guo is
returning.
Yes, returning.
Seeking re-election.
Yeah, re-election.
Okay. The APC.
Why the APC?
Has he contested before?
No, he hasn't contested
he's
before.
A new entrant.
He's very new going into the system.
Okay. In as much as we are not here for dissection or analysis of the performance, but in a nutshell or peripherally, what do you have to say about the scorecard of the current honorable member of the House that is seeking re-election?
That has to do with a phone-in program. So let's push out to people from the Warri Southwest. If you ask,
from that same spirit, we ask you to reach out to us, not just on this particular issue, but any issue that borders on the election that will be of interest to not just you, but to entire Deltans. That we are ready, willing, and eager to share such an idea with you. Reach us on the telephone line, boldly written on your screen, or better still, use any of our social media platforms. You can approach our comment section and drop your comment. But as we are in the studio currently, we will appreciate your call so that we make it both participatory and interactive for the betterment of the entire Deltans and beyond. Okay, you have.
Yes, we have other results are coming from the Collation Center, and that has to do with the CAS South LGA. Wow. Okay. Then we have a total registered votes, 100,599. We have accredited votes, 27,800.
Okay.
And well, APC 6,790.
6,790.
Labour Party 4,495 votes. PDP 15,283 votes.
Okay.
Then valid votes 27,149. Then rejected votes.
Okay.
651. Total cast votes. Total cast votes is
27,800.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
That is the total.
That's a very good one. As a communication student, I was told that auditing makes a news, something odd, something. So going by that teaching, this is not a news to me. Yes. Why it is not a news to me is because the incumbent governor is from the same axis.
Yes.
Remember that before a car is a nation on its own. You understand? Before it was split into two. Look at it. It used to be one local government. So whatever that affects the right equally affects the left. And you know there is this relationship. So there is no way they could have gone against, you know, the will of the one of their very own, because he represents the current flag bearer. I mean, you know, success without a successor is nothing but gross failure. And the beauty and the joy of every leader is to hand over to someone that he has in mind. Look at it. If he's unable to do so, it amounts to crisis within him. Look at it. That is when that spirit of unfulfillment falls on the person. So you can now understand from that prism why the governor is like walking around the clock to ensure the delivery of chief or Mr. Honorable, Right Honorable Sheriff. Exactly. So the people of Ekasa definitely needs to give him this needed support. And
what happened at the presidential? Because
no, the same tsunami is what
because what happened is that when you are not conscious of your own, you were thinking, you know, when you have so much confidence initially, what happened? Why Delta State lose out for Labour Party is that they were not conscious of, even the governor was not conscious of. He also believed that there are people on ground that will work for me. Unfortunately, he was aiming, what play out, he lose out. So at this point, before this governorship election, Okoa, we saw that Okoa went to the market women because we heard that the obedient people were going to the market to tell people to vote for this and this. So the new approach to reach out to the common people, the people that they underrated at that particular time, they now become conscious to go to the various markets, reach out to them, and that is what is playing out. So,
like you said, just before, because more results are coming in, but before we go, the issue of what happened on the February 25th, was beyond everybody, APC and PDP. Like in physics, there was something called centripetal and centrifugal forces. While centripetal keeps you in line, centrifugal drags you out of line. So
in physics, you told me that you don't know anything in regard to calculation.
I read the theoretical aspect of it. So what happened on the 25th of February was more of a centrifugal, force. It dragged both PDP and the APC out of the. But thankfully, they've been able to regain their consciousness with what we are saying.
Can you take that result for?
Look, let's take it.
Okay, can you take that?
we've taken taken a cast out. Now the next.
That is, we are looking at Sapele, yes.
Okay.
Can you take that?
The Sapele, the total registered vote is 145,024. I take it again. 145,024. Accredited voters, 30,000. Accredited voted 30,489.
Yes.
Then the voting pattern, APC 12,190. 12,190. I remember Mercedes 190. Labour Party still in its tradition, 1,456.
458.
458. Sorry. Then PDP 15,217.
Yes.
I take it again. 15,217. Total valid votes. Total valid votes 29,815.
Yes.
29,815. Rejected votes 957.
Yeah.
Rejected vote, I take it again, 957. And total vote cast 30,772.
Yes.
Total vote cast 30,772.
There is a statement below it. APC agents submitted a petition rejecting the result from Ward 5 of Sapele LGA. They accused the returning officer of presenting results that were cancelled at polling units because of overvoting and violence allegedly sponsored by PDP. Cancellation of 5 polling units as a result of overvoting. That is a petition they submitted, and yes, that is a petition.
But going by the result now is a sign that PDP is winning.
Yes.
Until the petition is responded to and addressed, maybe excluding the affected votes, but going by what we have, and there's no need going back to speak with the Inec spokesperson. Why it is not? Well, instead we are going to apply his response to every of the petition.
Yes.
He said they are studying every petition. Yes, every petition to know whether they have or lacking in merit. So this one may not be an exception too. But these are the fears I have that about public leadership. Do you know if I'm in an office and petition is like it's even enough for me to run away? You understand what I'm saying? And politicians, if you are not careful, they are ready to pressurize you into believing what you are not supposed to believe.
Yes. Before we go that, can you let us quickly look at ICA South LGA? Can you take that? ICA South LGA. Okay, yes. Let's look at it before we go to discuss some of all this.
To do the analysis.
Okay, the petition. Look at ICA South LGA.
What I have here is a neutral South. We've done a cast out.
Yes, I want you to look at it.
Okay, cast out. Do you have any observation? The cast out, okay, all right, okay. We have the total registered voters 100,599.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Accredited vote 27,001.
27,800 registered votes.
Okay, all right, yes, then. The voting pattern, we have APC 6,790, Labour Party 4,495, PDP 15,253.
PDP 15,283.
Okay, 83, sorry, yes. And then valid votes 27,149. Okay. Rejected votes 651, and total vote cast we have 27,000. Is it
You know, oh yes,
500. Okay.
yes. Total votes, that is, it casts out 27,800. Now, with the results that we have, we have almost about 6 or 7 results now. Out of the 7, let's look at it. We have
5 before we went on break.
We have already 5, and the 5s were won by PDP.
Okay.
Now, going back by what we have, we have what we call Udu. That is where
to fell for
APC. Yeah. Now, apart from that, we also have the Eka now. Eka South.
Gone to PDP. Again, yes.
Then we go to Saple PDP.
Okay.
We now have a total of about
that's seven local governments.
Yes.
Against 1.
Yes.
And even though we've not called it, but Anota South is here with us.
Okay.
And that will be the next one. So
okay.
I don't know if you can.
Yeah. No, I haven't gotten the detail.
Oh, okay. All right.
So can you read
7/8. It's 7/8. Danger is not yet averted, so there's no reason to celebrate now because we are still on a journey. In fact, the journey is still.
It's a very long journey.
And like Ambassador Ogaga noted, he said in most cases in football competition that whoever that scores first should be watchful and careful, because it's so that there are enough evidence that in most cases he that scores first end up losing the match. And that's not our prayer for anybody, but what I'm trying to establish in effect is that there's no reason for celebration yet. Okay, we have Aniocha South local government area. The total number of votes 100,424. 100,424. It is an accredited vote 20,000.
Accredited vote 21,449.
Yes. Then the voting pattern APC 4,623.
Yes.
Labour Party 5,107. PDP 10,000. 3. This. Okay, you can take it from there.
Yes. PDP 10,032 votes, and total valid votes 20,468. Rejected votes 603. Total vote cast 21,071. At Ward 3. Unit 4, thugs invaded and cut away election materials. Thugs carted away with election materials and injured a party agent. That is the petition. But you could also see that PDP leads.
Of course, yes, exactly. That's like the newsy aspect of it, because what we are looking at for now is the end result, who becomes the next governor. But at the same time, we should equally be concerned about the process, because every democratic process must be both process and outcome fair. You get it? And besides, we shouldn't be practicing the issue, the belief that the end justifies the means. So the end result must be as pure as the process. Okay, but with this declaration now, PDP has gotten how many?
About 8.
Yes. As against 7. Wow. And why? Okay, apart from the Ekas Northeast, like our reporter in Asaba said, there is no form of protest, and should that be taken as admission that they are?
If there is no protest, you should know that
that is a true reflection.
Because at this collation level, at the state level, all party agents are on ground.
On ground, yes.
So if there is if INEC have announced a result, it means that it is
and there's no
accepted.
protest coming from the agent.
Yes.
And
maybe because we could get back to our correspondent where we can at least see maybe the all in a zoom to see that is giving us what is currently happening. Maybe there could be a protest because political parties would like to at this point create some kind of tension there that we are not accepting it. So that could be
but you know what, see, there is no law that says that at every declaration of result there must be protest.
Yes.
Remember Jonathan's example.
Yes.
You know, that remains a very sterling, you know, example and a reference point that every politician should look up to. In electoral contest, somebody must lose in order for someone to win. You get it? There is no way. It's practically impossible. I believe in miracle, but that miracle will not occur. That Delta will have 2 governors at the same time. So whether we like it or not, somebody must go down for the other person to emerge.
It's like an empire.
Yes, and if we even maybe if we are you know, operating at the same page, maybe 2 people, and we are crying that one out of the 2, you know, finally carried the day. What about, remember that 16 people entered into this race? 16 governorship aspirants.
I'm not seeing any of your political party
you can register.
I'm not seeing
it's just 3 that have been, you know, being pushed and you know, projected. What about not a stray vote?
You know, I am surprised. No young progressive party,
YPP,
I'm
particularly concerned. Despite because
if it is coming from a polling unit, it's understandable. So what happened? Because there was this zeal to get to the end.
Okay,
but at this point,
are we now saying that I don't know what, or maybe INEC decided that those votes cannot take them anywhere and decided to be silent about the
or were they not part of the ballot?
Or is it that it may be from our reporter just for, you know, sending us to, or what? No, I don't think so.
It could be so because
now if I'm contesting and nobody loves me, at least my wife should be able to vote for me. and it will be a very great mistrust. And application of should I say vote of no confidence on myself for me not to vote for myself. So one thing is sure, minimum of 2 votes. Even if your wife so much hates you and fails to vote, vote for you, you should be able to vote for yourself.
At least the unit coordinators 1 vote. As a unit coordinator, 1 vote, because it is your local government where you will be coordinating.
Yes.
So what happens?
So I don't
all
know.
of it. I think after this,
should be able to
after today, we're going to call and ask some of the candidates.
After this segment, by the time we reconvene, we'll use that break to seek clarification as to what happened. We've taken an Electoral South. So an Electoral South and an Electoral North gone to PDP. The airport is understandable. These are the political, you know, strongholds of the party. Though in an Electoral North, I'm equally wondering, because to whom much is given, much is expected. APC as a party has done well for an Electoral North. The new chairman of the NDDC is from an Electoral North. Mrs. Loretta Onochie is from Aniocha North. The executive director, legal and cabotage, Nimasa, is from Aniocha North. These are political bigwigs that could have been able to. The immediate past minister for state petroleum, Dr. Ibe Kachiko, is from Aniocha North. Do you get it? And these are just people that could have been able to, you know, muster vote for the party.
APC.
Yeah.
You know, there are people that who have skills to that particular level
and abandon,
then abandon politics.
No,
they will just definitely tell you that thank God that I'm here. there is no need for me to go and label myself anymore.
That would be.
It is a battle.
I will even consider it an anti-party activity, because somebody like the NDDC chairman, the chairperson, the appointment is still fresh. All she need to do is she's exactly from Onitsha Lona. Yes, she could have as well.
Have you asked if it's not a matter of being appointed at the national level? What relationship does he have in the grassroots? That matters a lot.
Another issue. Okay.
So there are people whose skill in the upland are not coming down.
And
so once that happens,
the executive director of Cabotage in charge of NIMASA, and the person of engineer barrister Victor Oche, the one-time speaker, Delta State House of Assembly, I think he's a grassroots person. Because I think all these people ought to have.
It's long I've heard his name.
He's working in a corporate organization now called NIMASA, and maybe due to volume of work right in front of him, is not having that time. But
yeah, still in Baramatu Voice election headquarters, where the decisions the electors have made their choice, and it's left for Inec to give the outcome of the results to the masses, where they will know who is going to be the next governor to manage the affairs of Delta State. And the results have been coming into the Baramatu Voice election headquarters. So far, so good. We have field journalists on ground giving us update from the Collation Center in Asaba. And it has been wonderful. The results are coming in, and so many issues are raised in their video. Maybe strictly some polling units where issues happen, snatch of ballots and petitions of molestations. So many of those things. But from the Inec, from the Collation Center, where it said that there has been no protest, but people, the petitions were just read at the floor. It is a wonderful moment to build, where the elections results and who will man the affairs of Delta State for the next 4 years. The process is ongoing.
Yes, and a very good one. Breaking news information reaching us shows that the executive governor of Lagos State, in the person of Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the governor of who is seeking second term in office, is no longer seeking, because he has been declared, the winner. He cleared 18 local government areas out of the 20. So the battle, I think, is ended.
Yes, I think in this process for Sanwo-Olu to be declared as governor-elect again, it is something that is ought to be, because that is where the president came from as well, the president-elect. So definitely for you to lose out a state where you are coming as the president for another opposition party to take over, it is a big blow. So every in-house has to prepare for the best. If you fail, that means you are no longer standing in that particular place.
How do you think we should describe the outcome of that election, where a governor, cleared 18 out of the 20 local governments? There is a name for it.
There is actually
like landslide. It's a landslide. Or even for those that are like the head of our head of production, who is particularly interested in football. He may, if you ask him, he may describe it as a hat trick. I don't know if you understand, because 18 over 20. Can't remember when throughout my days in school when I've been able to score that kind of mark.
I have gotten 20 over 20.
So it's standard 6.
After next standard 6, that standard 6 is equivalent to a university certificate, because where you get 20 over. Our teachers were very, very good.
Babajide is a very good one for Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. From Baramatu Voice, we congratulate him. The result shows that he cleared Lagos Island, Agege, Ijebu, Ibejuleki, Surulere. There is one striking thing about Ibejuleki that I keep remembering. That is where our prestigious institution, the Pan-Atlantic University, is located.
Yes.
So Ibejuleki,
we are product of that.
Exactly. So we are. It's our host community. It's our host community. By virtue of the fact that we, pass through SMC.
Yes,
it's a very good school that we can Ikeja, Efako, Ichaye, Badagry, and Lagos mainland. Where we are talking about Lagos mainland, we are talking about Yaba Axis, Yaba Makoko, and get to Wayek headquarters and co. That's Lagos mainland. In fact, these are just then he went. The only result left is from Etiosa, LG. Yes, Etiosa is the area that houses the rich people. Ikoyi, the Ikoyi axis, they under Etiosa local government. So he really performed. So what it means is that no matter the outcome of that result that is left is immaterial. Yeah, it cannot be able to cancel
any other victory.
Then there is another good thing about Lagos that is not because it is yet to be formalized, and I pray or I hope that the incoming president, because that thing was his brainchild.
Okay.
Lagos officially has 20 local government areas, but the incoming president, while he was the governor of Lagos State, he created additional local government areas, 37 of them. So, constitutionally or statutorily, Lagos has 20 local government and 37 local council development areas, LCDAs. So, put all of them together, Lagos has 57 local government areas. But because they've not been recognized by the federal government, they only go by the 20 local government. But whatever comes to them, like federal allocation, they share it into 57 places.
Wow.
That's the way it works. So it has to pass through the Act of Parliament, as in the National Assembly, for it to be formalized. But that has not been done. Maybe all this while Lagos has been in the opposition till 2015 when Buhari emerged the president. So now that the person who created the local government is now the president, I pray and hope that he fast tracks that process, because even for students in Lagos it's very, very confusing. At times you ask a child, how many local governments do we have in Lagos? He'll be looking at you because he will be confused. Some will tell you 20, others will say 57. You get it? Because the state recognizes 57 while the federal puts it at 20. So that's just
I think once you started joining, you have to end it well when you have the opportunity to do so. So definitely the president-elect is going to work on that in order to actualize what he has started. So it is a project. And going by what is coming into situation room, election results are coming in, and for currently the results that we have, PDP is leading all the ways for about the 8 local governments out of 8. I think
APC has gotten one.
APC have gotten
and they
one.
are contesting 2.
And there are petitions, and the Inec officials said that there is a due process that these petitions will be followed, and at that point in time the due process has to be carried out by announcing the results at the Collation Center where
while the petition is looked into.
Exactly. It is a due process that has to be considered, and Baramatu Voice has given the best of updates from our situation room where Deltans have decided. Lagos State, Samuel Lu has just been declared. Whoever that has been declared, that pressure is over. There is jubilation in Lagos State. Unlike Delta, where the anxiety and who will be the next governor is still on the track. Keep watching the Baramatu Voice as we give you the updates. If we go for our breaks, we'll come back for the update of from the Collation Center at Sabah, which we have been doing in our studio.
Yeah, we have our representative, position there. So again, many thanks for your wonderful support and for staying tuned to Baramatu Voice. It's been wonderful having this time with you, and please do stay with us again. Bye bye.
Thank you as you keep watching the Baramatu Voice.
Hello, good viewers. You are once again welcome back to the studio. It's a very busy day for us, but we are not complaining because it's a responsibility we have chosen on our own without compulsion to serve you, bring information at your doorstep, give you access to know what is going on as it pertains to the ongoing election in the state. In a special way too, we appreciate you for remaining with us, for standing with us, watching Baramatu Voice. For there are so many stations that you could have, tuned into, but you chose your darling station. By virtue of that act, we are equally promising never to let you down or starve you of information. Not just information, but we must always at all times give you that accurate and undiluted information bordering on the economy, social, political, cultural and environmental development about Niger Delta, the nation and the world at large. Without doubt, Baramatu Voice has become the most authoritative information source and the information gateway through which information coming from Niger Delta is beamed or projected to the world. We have been doing it in the past, how many years?
I would say this is 8 years now.
Okay, yeah, and we promise to do more. And all we need from you is no other but to stay loyal to Baramatu Voice, the most authoritative source of information coming from Niger Delta region. We still operate from the heart of Warri, the commercial nerve of the state, Delta, South region. We are in a special season, electionary season. This program is packaged separately and specially to serve you, to serve your utmost interest. It is called, once again, Baramatu Voice Election Headquarters. It is a bumper package put together to dish out information minute by minute that has to do with the ongoing election, national election. We just on the 25th of February had presidential and National Assembly elections. And from today, precisely 3 weeks after that exercise, we are on the second leg of that exercise. We are the collation stage of this governorship and the state houses of assembly election. Jerome Mario remains my name, and with me here is
Asiayi Enaibo, the talking drum and the Niger Delta. I know it has been an interesting moment, Mr. Jerome, that back to back people are following the Baramatu Voice, because Baramatu Voice is a very anywhere you are, the beauty of the Baramatu Voice has to in a dimension that with your phone, your Android phone, you can get update of what is happening in the Niger Delta region and the world at large. So that gives the Baramatu Voice a special place in the Niger Delta, where those in the creek, even if you go to the villages, you see that people don't have network. They have to still climb palm trees before hanging their phone to get network. Because people, even though I don't have a good network, let me get a place where I could see what is happening from the Baramatu Voice. So that is the beauty. Unlike when you find a maybe generator to power your TV before you get information, with your phone on, you get detail from Baramatu Voice, from the local communities, international communities, at all levels are enjoying the Baramatu. Even you are in your car. Gone are those days where you get to your house before on your television to get a news. With Baramatu Voice, you watch on the movie. The beauty, there is a hub where you can just download and get the update of what is going on in your phone. So we don't need to bother. This election result now, why the followership is high is because people have trust and confidence in the Baramatu, what comes out from Baramatu Voice. And that is the best we will always do to make sure we are the best from the South region.
Even at the risk of, praising ourselves, I think we've done well. We've done well. I say that we've done well is that in marketing communication, there is something called market segmentation.
Okay.
We segmented the media market, the media world, information world, and we chose the good people of the Niger Delta, and we have been serving them very, 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 very well. And one, good thing about what is equally going on is that they are very, very appreciative. Wherever you go, you see them say, Oborevwori voice, this, Oborevwori voice is here. It has gotten to a threatening state that even at the platforms or gatherings where you have national media, they recognize
You could remember that early this year in Bayelsa State, where Baramatu Voice publisher was given the best award from the Niger Delta. That is to tell you that we are not the people saying it. The people have wow, for this while, these people have created a very indelible landmark. So that is what is giving us the pride to pride ourselves. So
and one good thing again is that Baramatu Voice height is not about corporate identity, but it has to do more with corporate image. Our corporate image exudes quality, standard, reliability, and trust. I think, and we are headed for the top, and we promise to do more and more to improve on daily basis, just to serve you better.
Stay tuned with us and always follow us. Drop your comment at the comment section, and you can call into our program and tell us what is happening in your area in regard to this election. At this moment, we are getting information from the Collation Center, Masaba, the headquarters where the elections Inec office is, and update has been coming in. We will also shortly speak with our correspondent there, a journalist who has been giving us update from the Collation Center, Saba. And so far so good. There is this hope among Deltans who will be the governor of Delta State. As you can see that from our break, before our break, we talked about how Lagos State incumbent governor retained a seat, and that is in Delta State.
And still in the same spirit, information reaching us shows that the Oyo State governor has just been declared the winner of the electoral contest, the governorship contest in the state. So with this, he has achieved the second term of office. There are so many remarkable comments or concerns about Oyo State. Right from the day Oyo was created, no governor has been able to get his second term until the former governor, now late, in the person of Ajumobi, you get it, was able to break that jinx. So this is the next governor that is getting that has been able to get his second term as the governor of Oyo State. So I think it calls for celebration. And
that is to tell you that there are states in Nigeria that is people are not power drunk. There are people who feel that there must be a circle round, not one particular person.
So is it that they are not power drunk, or that the people are enlightened and are ready to vote?
What I mean, a desperate politician will always find a desperate means to get a desperate action.
Okay, that's another thing about this particular observation is a Makinde specific. Makinde, flew the flag of the party, flew the flag of the People's Democratic Party. Actually, at that material time, he was an opposition because the party was led for so many years by AD, Action Alliance for Democracy, and the APC, which is All Progressive Congress, before he just came in and took over using PDP as the vehicle or platform. Then just recently he joined the 5G governors, who later christened themselves the Integrity Group within the PDP. They were the 5 governors that were aggrieved about the outcome of the PDP primaries held in Abuja sometime last ago. And what they were there protesting, they said that since the PDP presidential candidate is from the north, that the PDP chairman should resign for the sake of equity and justice, so that it will not, for it to be, that leaving the PDP chairman and the presidential candidate to be all come from the north will make the posturing of the party's executive asymmetrical. Do you understand? Meaning that it's not going to be balanced. That since the PDP presidential candidate is from the north, then natural justice demands that the party chairman resigns and they are allocated to the position, sent to the north, to the south, which is from Lagos down to the east. Though that was not done even, and it has not been done even as we speak. So that particular fact made the 5 governors to form alliance, and I refused to join the campaign train of the party's presidential candidate. So with that, people felt that they will equally work against him in his governorship re-election bid. But with this declaration now, it means it's the people that matters, not the party.
To get a clearer view of this, out of these issues where the 5G governors, and
the River State governor,
yes, and the presidential zoning,
yes,
which one come first? Is it the presidential zoning that comes first, or the party chairman to be zoned to the south?
No,
because
before the primaries,
yes,
the party went on for a convention where they elected the chairman,
yes,
and other executives. So few months after, party primaries was held, and another northern, and the person of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar emerged as the party's flag bearer. You get it? So, led by the River State governor, they now said, okay, you know what, since the presidential candidate is from the north, it appears as if the south...
Because there was a Sabbath declaration for South
okay,
president.
that was an issue. Okay,
yes, so that is what... because there is Sabbath declaration before the national convention.
Of course.
Yes, so...
Yeah, even the state governor, as in the person of Senator Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, when he was asked of this question, he accepted the vice presidential whatever. He said that Nigeria rides on the train of what is it called? What that power sharing, or what they call the gentleman agreement, rotational presidency, and zoning, or what could be referred to as federal character. That now that the presidential candidate is from the north, automatically the vice presidential candidate should be from the south. Meaning that if he fails to accept it, someone else from the south could as well accept it. And politics, as they say, is about what? Game of interest.
For instance, now sometimes these principles are not
applicable.
For instance, now you can tell me the current SSG of Delta State. Where is it from?
It's from Delta North.
Delta North. Where is the governor from?
Delta North. So are you from? I think Panama. That's Panama. It's okay. So, I wouldn't know, but what you've just raised a very vital point. It's a very vital point, but whatever the politicians tells you, you don't just swallow it wholeheartedly. Because there is no permanent friend, but what permanent interest. So what they're going out for meetings, coming in discussions, and alignment and alignment, all is directed towards what interest. So that's just
it's all about interest.
We wish Makinde, we congratulate him. We are happy for him, because one thing about Parliamentary Voice is that we act as a vehicle for development.
Yeah.
We support those that are doing very well. We assist in talent hunt. We provide platforms for people to express themselves, and we are always available to identify with you, irrespective of your class, creed, tribe, or whatever. So that makes us, the media house to trust, and we can always, assure you that if you get us trusted, we will never disappoint you. Be it in your events, there is no media organization around within Niger Delta that covers events as we do. You can go through our platforms and see the outcome of all those events and activities. We have seasoned professionals, technical experts that are into all this. We practice what they call integrated communication. We do everything together, from writing to electronic transmission and what. Not result.
We are not beavers.
No, our own beavers. Our own beavers. What I mean is streaming, live streaming.
By the time when you consider yourself beavers, you should dispense the result.
No matter how remote your location may be,
yes,
we can, from that tiniest part of the state, beam it to the world.
Beam it to the world. The beauty of it is that before now, culturally speaking, the Niger Delta has a very rich cultural background, and that culture depicts the way of the people's life. And Baramatu voice in recent time culturally has been given the best of cultural activities coming from the Niger Delta region. We were followers across the world, where so many persons from far and wide become culturally moved to their own roots, where they came from. Wow, this thing is happening. Before now, I do not know. There are things that you do not know. Sometimes you demonize them. But the time when you go closer to them, you become aware that I was just demonizing it from far away perspective. So at this it is a political season, in as much as it is a political season. Other activities are being live streamed from the Baramatu Voice media organization to the global world. And it is a political season. We will give you the best of results coming from different states, and as been talked about, Oyo State's governorship has been declared.
The Delta South Senatorial District, which is capital state.
Not Delta South.
Delta North. We are talking about Abo, Ogwashoku, and Asaba. Going by history, there was the control headquarters of Abo to Asaba. But politics, anything can happen. Before you know it, Asaba became the capital of the entire state.
Senatorially speaking, Delta North has 9 local government areas. That is Delta North, where the current incumbent governor hails from, and Delta Central also has 8 local government areas, where we have all the contestants, where the Senator Omo-Agege contesting, already in the process, the collation results. Very shortly, all the results will be out. Then where we have Great Oborevwori, that is where we also have the former governor, Chief James Ibori, and we also have he's a strong political father. He remains a father to Delta in terms of politics. That is where we also have Chief Kenneth Baggy, an honorable man, and the current obedient governorship Ken Bella is also from there. So that is Delta Central, which is made up of 8 local government before we move to Delta South Senatorial District.
Looking at Delta South, making it the 3rd senatorial district that formed Delta State. Delta South remains a unique senatorial district based on my own assessment and evaluation. Unlike Delta North, that is composed of Igbos,
yes,
from beginning to the end. Delta South is a replica or the microcosm of Nigeria, because within the Delta South you have so many tribes.
We have the Ijos, we have the Shekris,
the Sokos, and even part of Urobos.
Yes, part of Urobos.
Exactly. So it's even looking at the number of tribes is enough to be declared its own state.
Yes, exactly. Delta South Senatorial District is just the small scope of Nigeria.
Yes, how I describe it. But But there is
where you have a lot of interest on ethnic
yes.
base.
How they manage to share this to that is address this relationship. I mean the political leaders is very, very commendable. But
it's a long history.
In terms of the voting strength and population wise, I think the Jaws dominate.
Yes, that is the truth of the fact.
Because even not just in I think in Delta as a whole, you get it after the Delta North. You are talking about the Jaws in terms of voting.
We don't go into that political history.
No, they are not history. They are facts. They are facts that someone can stumble at.
Yes,
even
it is all over everywhere.
In my writing effort and opinion, whatever, and the columns, I've been able to touch those aspects, and that notwithstanding, somebody can equally. There are so many authorities where you can, access all this information, but that's not the primary or the kernel of our gathering this evening. So,
a lot of arguments are here, but Delta South Senatorial remain the same. Jaws has the major ethnic group in Delta South Senatorial District, made up of 8 local government area. And at this point in time, the elections collated so far at the center, or just one from Delta Central, which is Odu. No, not just Odu, and we also have Saple. Saple. So we are very hopeful that definitely results will be coming in for us to look into and give Deltans the best of reports.
None has come from Delta South.
Delta South. Delta South Senatorial District. Patani.
Okay,
yes.
All right. Okay, so we have a kind of reflection of what.
Yeah. Yes. 2 from Delta Central, which is Odu and Saple.
Yes.
Then one from South, which is Patani.
The 5
is other from Delta Non-Senatorial District.
Okay, that's a very good one. And we have another one. We have about 2 now. Uwe and the
Uwe is from.
Yes, that's Central.
Yes, Uwe is Central.
Okay, yeah. And the results shows that the number of registered voters is 191,215.
Yes.
191,215. That is the number of registered voters. Then accredited voters as at yesterday's exercise was 31,188. 31,188. Then the voting pattern or style, whichever one you choose to call it, APC scored 12,389 voters voted for APC. So they scored invariably, I take it again, 12,389 votes.
Yes.
LP trailed behind with 6,340 votes. 6,340 votes. And PDP came, second, looking at the figures, with 9,776. Yes. I think that again.
Yeah.
9,776. Total valid votes equal to 30,263. 30,263. Rejected votes 925. Rejected votes 925. Total vote cast 31,188. Again, 31,188.
That is to tell you that Uwe local government area of Delta State, APC leads. That is Uwe. Then yes.
I stand with Uwe is under.
Uwe is Delta Central.
Okay.
Yes, that is Uwe. Then we have Okbe local government area. That is Okbe local government area.
Where the flag bearer
is from.
And the result shows that
yes, we have a total registered votes
117,111. Yes. That's 117,111. Accredited voters 25,000. 724.
Yes.
I take that again. 25,724
Accredited voters.
Yes, that's accredited voters. Then the voting outcome: APC 8,679, 8,679 votes. Labour Party 1,155, 1,155. PDP 14,544, 14,544. Total valid votes
25,000
027, 25,027. Rejected votes 691, 691.
Total cast votes 25,708. Then we have
25, sorry, again 25,708.
We have there is comments at the section. APC agent protested results from the local government area, insisting that units results that were cancelled yesterday at the polling units and ward levels were presented here at the Asaba Delta State Inec headquarters by the local government returning officer, Professor Ken Ababrai Ebe. And that is coming from it is a petition already, because it is a petition already that those results that were cancelled at the polling unit level, where the returning officer took them to the headquarters and collated them and announced the results.
What I'm yet to understand is that if they were cancelled, how come the same returning officer that monitored the cancellation, should you call it turn 360 to pick it? Is it as a result of vested interest or what?
You know what happened at the local level is that
a practitioner.
What happened at the local level is that we have a supervisor,
okay,
that is supervising all the presiding officers, the PO1, PO2, and all of them. So when the POs have issues, they report to the supervisor. The supervisor will manage the situation and take all the results that happens to the collation center, where they will collate, or the collation officer, the work of the collation officer is to collate the results at the collation point. Then there is already a returning officer at the collation level that will take this result to the local government at the ward level. The local government collation return officer will now take them to that particular. They will now collect ward by ward results. After collating them, it is the outcome that returning officer will now take to directly to the Inec office, where they will be announced. But at the House of Assembly level, it is the local government that will make the announcement. So whatever that proceed from the local to the headquarters there, it is state government result. So whatever that happened within that point, it is a matter of taking it to the INEC center, whether they will accept it or not. Because you don't leave anything behind at the local government, because it was cancelled. So I'm not going to take it to the headquarters. You have to report to the headquarters. So the headquarters will now sit. There are people that are there, that we have observers, journalists. They will read out what happens, and if you are not comfortable, drop in your petitions, and that is what they do. So once they look at the degree of the offense, if it is to repeat the election, that what is happening in Warri Southwest and the Kwani area, they will carry out a fresh election at that particular material time. So if it has been taken to the headquarters, definitely after having it, because they've been observing the process, sometimes it takes almost 2 to 3 hours. They will be debating on what particular local government election. They will debate, observers will make their comments, and the the INEC officials will also make their comment. If it happens that the situation is beyond their control, they will now book for a date for a run at that particular local government area. But if it accepted, the degrees are not much, they will collect the results and announce the results. If you are not comfortable with it, you go to court.
But that's the way it ought to be. The court is the last hope of common man.
That is the process I never feel talked about. There is a due process for it. Who is not contented with the process has to file in the due process and inform the process that, okay, there was a time, when the former Minister of Niger Delta, who's president of was at during that coalition at the national level, that is not comfortable with this thing. We drop a petition to cancel the result, and what we are seeing now,
go back to your office.
Go back to. So now a repeat of what happened at that time is what Senator Dino
okay. So it's okay. We now have a new result. Right in front of us, and it's coming from Bomadi local government.
Bomadi local government area.
Yes, the result, the details shows that the total registered votes, stands at 103,261.
Okay.
103,261. So that is 103,261 votes. Accredited
registered votes.
Registered. Then accredited voters 17,946.
Wow.
17,946. Out of this number, APC recorded 4,728. 4,728. LP.
Labour Party.
Labour Party 100. That is 100%. As in, 100. Don't mind me. The PDP on its part scored 12,340. 12,340. Total valid votes stands at 17,559. 17,559. Rejected votes 379, and total votes cast 17,338.
Mr. Chairman, there is no petition.
There is no Why are you particularly interested in Bolani? Is it because it's from your area?
No, it's not like that. If we have a petition, I will also inform you, Mr. Chairman, to know that there is no petition. This is Paramount Voice election headquarters. So we have chairman.
You see the irony of life. You are smiling, laughing at a situation that has made other people mourn.
That is the situation of life. People, some are crying, some are happy. If you see somebody crying, like for instance, if you are crying, I will join you to cry, but you are not crying. So as you are laughing, I will join you to laugh. That is how it is. It is when your neighbor is crying, you join him to cry. If he's laughing and celebrating, you join him to celebrate. That is the true situation of life.
If he's laughing and celebrating and invite you, don't get crashed when he did not invite you. Yes, exactly.
So that is coming from we are moving forward where we also have the Bomondi result. If you are joining us for Baramatu Voice election headquarters, where we are directly getting info from
our correspondent right situated at the Independent National Election Collation Center in Asaba. That's the headquarters in Asaba. He's doing, handsomely well, and he has no choice than to do that in order to serve you better. That is our, chosen responsibility. So thank you so much.
It is very interesting that results have started coming in their numbers, and it is a very, very soon now, as usual, Deltans are known for, because of the social media, a lot of congratulations will now come out to play, knowing that the results have not, there has not been finally declared. As they are seeing the result, they already know where the clock is ticking to. So definitely congratulations. Some people I know have designed banners and fly out to distribute and congratulate as a way to celebrate victory. And also, failure has no friendship. Failure has no friendship. Exactly. If you fail, definitely you are losing friendship.
Of course.
Those who have been eating from your table, they will turn the table against you. That who did he help? I've been working with him for all these years. I have never been empowered. So for it, that is the true picture of humanity for you.
Yes, it's not you are not far from the truth, exactly. So the picture is getting clearer. Currently, PDP is leading, not just leading, but clearly. Clearly. So looking at the number, but that's not enough for us to decide to decide that the new governor has emerged. We still have a long way to go. We still have over 15 local governments ahead of us, and they are capable to pull a surprise. So all we need to do is to remain fervent, calm, polite, civil, and as a praying nation, continue to pray.
We are prayer warriors.
For the successful
Nigerians are prayer warriors.
Successful outcome that targeted objective will be achieved through the person we are going to elect. That's exactly. Even if he has an ulterior motive, that same God will, get him arrested and transform him to work for the betterment of Deltans. Why this is important is that, from my own assessment, Delta as a state ought not to have reasons to be having dilapidated infrastructure.
Delta State is a very rich state in terms of oil and natural resources. But something is very, very unfortunate is I do not know what we could use to describe that. Every state in Delta, there is no state. Within Delta State, we have roads upon roads. Road connectivities are, but Delta State is known for bad roads. Why is it so? Is the governor, because maybe there is no proper Delta State with the level of roads constructed, but you could see that potholes are everywhere. Go to Udu area, you see bad roads. Even if you don't run about, there was a time. Baramatu Voice has been an advocate of good roads
and good governance
on daily basis. But why do the media supposed to cry out for good road before we get them? When we have the abundance of oil resources.
What I think that is going on in development studies, there is something called resource cost.
Okay.
Resource cost is a theory propounded by one United States based sustainable development professional, and he says, okay, because we come back to this conversation. It's very important. But before then, let us join our very good colleague Nasaba, who is currently at the Inec headquarters where collation is ongoing. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
And just before we proceed, many thanks for the good work you are doing. In fact, we appreciate from this axis.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Okay, so what is the latest development?
So far for now, there's just the issue that is protest from the All Progressive Congress protesting some of the results as announced by Inec at the state headquarters, Inec office Asaba. The APC agent protested the result from Okpe, Sapele, I think Okpe and Sapele. They said that there were some units, though the returning officer admitted that there were cancellation in some unit, but according to the agent of the APC, that some of those units and wards that were cancelled at the ward and the polling unit collation office, those results were later added in favor of the People's Democratic Party. So that is was the protest that happened at the Declaration Center. So far, for now, the 11 local governments have been declared so far.
11.
And 11 local governments so far.
And how many goes to PDP and
APC have only one in 2 local government, which is Udu local government and Uye local government, while the rest went in favor of the People's Democratic Party.
That's 9.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And you said that in all, APC protested the result of 2 local governments.
They protested more than that, but these 2 local governments were the recent announcement. They protested the result of Okpe and Sapele. According to the APC, that some results in the for certain units were cancelled because of overvoting and thuggery in some particular places where thugs hijacked the papers, the ballot papers, and destroyed even beavers, and those areas were cancelled. But surprisingly, that those results now have started in favor of the PDP. So that was the protest of the APC, and the REC told them that they should go and put their protest in writing, which they want to do, but they are only doing that verbally, forced to reminding them, because what happened at the field is no longer what is happening here. That was the protest so far. Yes, sir.
So, thank you very much. I want to ask, those units that were cancelled at Okpe and Saple, were they also uploaded on the Beavers? Because from what you are saying is that some of the things were destroyed. Were Beavers also destroyed?
You know, before you will vote, Beavers will capture you first. Are you getting it? Yes. So after the cancellation, after the attack of those talks and those things, they couldn't really get a clear record of the results there. But they now insert certain numbers that were not what was announced at that polling unit and that they were cancelled. That was the complaint of the APC.
So from this, what you are saying, if what has been cancelled also reflect on the Inec data as uploaded by the Inec law to upload every polling unit on the Inec database, if that happens, how are you going to explain this in terms of this protest that is ongoing?
Just like the APC agent we advised to seek redress from the court through a petition letter, not verbally coming to disrupt the coalition, the coalition process. That's the reason that they paused without telling us anything. So we are just waiting here at the INEC office right now.
So at this point, is it manual announcement or it is from the INEC database? Manual? Is it?
Actually, you know, the local government returning officers, they have their own report in their paper, so they are reading it. So as they are reading it, it's reflecting on the screen, on the INEC screen, yes, because it has this projectors. Projecting it, yes.
Then, if I may come in, sir, were all the results uploaded before now?
I wouldn't know, because just at the INEC for coverage and listening to declarations, so I've not really gone to the INEC portal to check if they have uploaded it before now. But now that you have asked, I will go and find that.
Yeah, okay, all right. So what's the atmosphere like within INEC headquarters?
Protest.
No, it's peaceful. The presence of the military personnel, security personnel here will scare any rubbish.
Okay, is it peaceful or suppressed from the environment where you operate now? Can you, when you place it side by side with the results declared so far, can we go with that feeling?
No, the feeling is sad. Even most of the, if you want me to be sincere with you, the people's present here, they are sad over the results.
They are sad over the result.
Yes.
So does that goes to say that it wasn't the true reflection of the vote cast?
I can't say that because I did not monitor the local government. I only monitor just 2 local governments, which is Ika North East and Oshimile South.
Okay, Ika North East and Oshimile South. This is pure analysis this time around. We are not expecting you to quote from them. So what do you think could have set the stage for that feeling at the venue now?
Possible maybe what some of the agents or the other media practitioners or the maybe observer people what the witness was not what they are seeing, because I can hear the grumble of some journalists. I can hear the grumble of some journalists too, if I must be fair with you. I can hear the grumble of some journalists in some results.
All right.
Anyway, thank you so much for always being there for us.
Especially those 2 local governments that were protested. Some of the journalists who covered it were not also happy. Because that's the gossip. I take it as gossip.
Okay.
Again, many thanks for being there with for us, and I want to plead ahead of time. We may come back to you again for updates such as this. But in the interim, I must tell you that you are doing well, and you are contributing towards nation development and growth. Again, many thanks and God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
All right, thank you so much. Hello viewers, we are just back from Asaba.
Just back from the Collation Center, and there is something that we need to look into holistically, because there is this hope that Inec said every results should be uploaded from
real time on lasses.
Yes. So what happens if these results are not uploaded? Is it true that they are not uploaded, or there is kind of mixed feeling in this regard? Because that's why I raised the question. Is it manual or it is what is uploaded? And it went further to say, now that you have asked this question, I will go to the database to check whether these results are really uploaded. Yes, in that dimension. Because it is unit by unit, and LGH has a way to upload their own as well before.
I've had the opportunity of listening to one of the renowned professors in this country at a conference. Professor of political economics in the person of Professor Pat Otomo. He made mention of one thing about the challenge concerning governance in Nigeria. I can't remember, I can't quote him categorically, but the import of his conversation is that what is happening in Nigeria is like state capture. That there is a way the elites or leaders capture governance or the position, and that is why in most cases you see that somebody is declared winner and nobody is celebrating, and there's this emphasis added. Now I'm the one adding this. You get it? So what he's saying now, on the February 25th experience, there was no more celebration, and now this result has not been declared. But the number that has been declared, he said, going by the feelers within the hall, that people are already mourning, or people are mourning already. How do we come out of this vicious cycle?
You see, that is the problem. The problem is that, why people are sad. There are people that were initially very happy with a lot of congratulations. The irony of the matter is that you do not congratulate someone for winning a polling unit. Now, those who were very happy with a lot of posts, the table is turning around. So, and if that also play out in the House of Assembly's elections, there will be another big blow to those first jubilants.
Exactly.
So, at this point in time, I think it said LGs, Ogbe and Saple,
Yes.
those polling units that were cancelled, that even beavers were snatched. Now they mysteriously appeared on this and are added to another political party. So, so it's a question that how do you know? Because maybe you could get it from the field, from the protesters, that what we saw is that those polling unit that was cancelled has been added to this political party. The question is, how did they know that those polling units were added to the...
No, but even before we joined him in Asaba, you've already provided an answer to it. You said that, I'm quoting you now, that after collation, everything is moved to the local government, where some set of experienced journalists, these that policymakers, listen to the argument.
The problem is, if it is cancelled, and if there are...
No, it was cancelled at the polling unit. Maybe at the local government, going by what the picture you painted.
What about the beavers that was not was kidnapped or hijacked?
Okay, no.
Who took the beavers to the collation center? If something is kidnapped, the thing is no longer there. So if it happened in that dimension, it could be a manual arrangement.
No, but he said something about that some of them have already been accredited and voted, or something like that.
Because in beavers, what we see, accreditation and voting simultaneously.
Okay.
Accreditations and voting simultaneously. You get your accreditation and you voted there. Because the old practice of get accredited and come back to social time, that period is over. So once you are accredited, you get votes at that particular unit. So if somebody get accredited and it didn't participate in the voting, there is no way you could get those accredited voters is now submitted as a result. You must accredit and you must vote before leaving the polling unit.
Well, see, I see all these things as man-made problems. They are all man-made, and is a sign of the insincerity on the part of our leaders. Let me give you an instance. It takes only God knows how long it takes to get a national ID card. You get it? But if you walk into any bank now, you walk out in less than 1 hour with your ATM card. And the ATM card has more features, security features than national ID card. Check it. Because it's even an ATM card that controls your life. One ATM card can move the whole money that you have worked for. You get it? So they provide more security features to ATM card than national ID. Yet, within 1 hour max, you are able to get your ATM. Whereas national ID card that is of less importance, you may not get it for after 6 months. You get it? The same thing with this voting issue. Yes, we are moving. We are moving forward, but we are crawling. That movement could be likened to crawling. You get it? What will it take Inec or the federal government to find lasting solution to this? At times, if you go to the bank, they will ask you to thumbprint. When you thumbprint, your thumbprint name and face will do what? Appear on the screen of the system. Is there no way we can develop, not scanning or snapping and sending, is there no way we can develop a means, as it is done in other civilized climes, where you thumbprint and your thumbprint appears straight at the collation center? You know what I'm trying to say?
No, I
and now, the world is, so that you respond holistically. The world is a little above over 7 billion, 7 billion people. And God in His infinite mystery and mercy made it to be that none of us shares the same word, thumbprint.
Yes.
So they can configure it. Nigeria has 80-something million registered voters. From wherever you are, go to any polling unit, thumbprint. It will be collected in Abuja or in Asaba, depending on the election we are conducting.
Yes.
And that they configure it that nobody should thumbprint twice. So, in order to do what, that internal control as a way of controlling rigging or somebody coming to thumbprint in a multiple manner. Let this person come, thumbprint. Instead of waiting for it to move from polling units to polling what is it called? Then from there to local government through get later Asada. We save time, you understand, make it less cumbersome, and and I think this can be done effortlessly. This thing, if bank is, confronted with this kind of problem, as I speak, less than 3 months they will find solution to it. Look at what is so many banks. Take UBA for instance. You know how the number of branches they have. Then with millions of customers punching the bank at the same time, and no system collapse, no nothing. Then it happens to be an election that, as we speak now, because it's Inec sends the award budget again to the National Assembly for approval. They start planning for 2027, and at the end of it, it will be they will generate megawatts of complaints. From 25th of February till date, there has not been moment of respite. Even husband and wife are quarreling all because of INEC's inability to conduct something that is as simple as election. It's not a very good narrative in any way.
Now let's look at the beavers.
Okay.
The beavers is a very sensitive machine, because where I went to, I also have went to the polling units where I registered and to cast my vote. What is missing in the beavers is that instead of the era of carrying a ballot paper to move to a polling unit should be a thing of the past. The beavers, as if for instance now, by the time when you get your card, you slot in and all your details will come out.
Yes.
They will come out. You put as your details comes out, your pictures and everything. Once you put in your fingerprint, everything is coming out. So, and those who have they are registered in a polling unit. Maybe you misplaced your voter's card. You say but you are sure of the polling unit. They will go to the register and see your name there. And there is 3 or 4 letter words at the end, just like account details of your ATM, where you put in your 4-digit, last 4 digits. When they put into the system, automatically your face appears.
It appears.
So, but what is missing there is that the political parties that ought to be there, as you thumbprint, you're supposed to thumbprint on that particular political party. As you thumbprint for your data to show, the political parties ought to show.
Yes.
So that you go to either APC you press, either PDP you press, and you go away and they transmit automatically that Mr. A has voted. The possibility of INEC to do their magic within the beavers is that the beavers is not recording which political party you go and vote.
Exactly.
It's not recording that.
Yes.
The beavers is only recording the number of accredited votes. And with this accredited vote, you can only now go to the manual printing to go and count. So at the end, who operates the beavers?
And you can, yes, exactly. It was thank God we are reasoning together. And you can imagine the volume of money that will be saved in an election if we don't print the paper. That just come as your information appears. They now said, okay, go next. You press next. The list of political parties appears. And your name and vote and whatever appears in Abuja.
If it is the local government election that this result supposed to be all in the called within the local level, if you transmit to the local government headquarters, so that the person there will also aware that Mr. A have voted for social party. From there, people can monitor. There should be a screen where even the common persons are aware that this is what is coming into the database.
Okay, this person has voted.
Yes.
208, 209, 300, 400. You see it increasing as that of APC is increasing, PDP is increasing. It's possible. It's like a scoreboard. Who tells the scoreboard on the field that they have scored? That's the beauty of the system as in the computer, and we can do better than this.
Even for instance, now when persons they say want to see the total number of votes and all of want to get database, INEC voting process has not indicated that Mr. Talking Drum voted for
Voted,
APC.
yes.
Even though you go and maybe collect all the results, all the beavers, the beavers will not tell you that they voted for you.
Of course.
They will not tell you so. They only have a total number of accredited voters. So there is a process where people need to improve on this for transparency.
You know, I'm finding it difficult to believe Inec explanation. And what is equally one of the, challenges of this country and Africa by extension. Black man, has a problem. If you, particularly when you are not in government, most of us complains. You get it? There is a principle that when you are far, you scream, you shout. When you are close, you mime. Then when you are with them, you keep quiet. You get it? Why I'm saying it is that I'm still in shock that such a thing is happening. The INEC Commissioner for Enlightenment and Voters Education used to be an NGO person. Yeah. Barrister Festus Okoye. You get it? And I expected a better performance from an organization where he is a key, member, because he, as a civil society man, he was very then that time I was with an NGO as well, so I was hearing so much about him. I expected an excellent performance.
Because not to be misquoted by anybody, I will also go to the INEC portal to see how INEC results are transmitted through the beavers. Whether the beavers indicate political party or not. If it is not, for instance, after the collation, because there is a manual collation paper. After the collation, maybe there could be political parties where the operators will go and now type in the figure that PDP have 120, APC has 100. If there is, because it is just like a Android phone where they operate the screen and everything is there. So it is a matter of if they have a place where they can indicate numbers of political parties with PDP and what happens, why we don't have that political party to print for final result.
And it becomes seamless and easy. You see, these are just the problems. Why public leadership is, ends in public leadership. What am I trying to say? In advanced countries like the United States and co, where we copied most of these things, like our federalism, our what is it called, democracy and co. You see all these public office holders. As soon as they vacate office, they go back to the classroom. They join one of the universities in the country to share their experience. They teach based on experience, not like us that read theorems in the book, from the books and use it. This one, they share their practical experience while in that office. If you check the lives of Al Gore, the former vice president of the United States, all of them are currently teaching. You get it? But now, let's take INEC chairman as an example, a professor. After this position, he will find it difficult to go back to the classroom. Why? What is he going to teach that students will believe?
They will tell you that rig election. That is the accusation. Because now, for instance, now look at the level of things.
If you shout at any student, what's his problem? They will say this one that cannot organize
even now, for instance, now it will be very easy. Very soon now, we can see that university students will be revolting against professors because you can't tell me not to do malpractice. You are doing election malpractice.
We are not saying that you did it.
What moral background do you have to stop me from not doing exam malpractice when you are doing election malpractice? You cannot correct someone with immorality.
At least there must be some level of impeccable demonstration of an impeccable character. There was this story, if you read it, my experiment with the truth by Mahatma Gandhi. He said that a woman brought her child to him for him to advise the boy to stop eating sugar. That was that the boy was consuming sugar too much. He now listened to the woman. After that, he said, okay, do you know what? Come back in 2 weeks' time. So the woman was confused. But they have to go. She has to go with the son. 2 weeks later, she came back with the son. Immediately, Mahatma Gandhi just saw them, smiled and said, young boy, stop eating sugar. It's not too good for your health. You understand? You hear? He said, okay, yes. That was all. The woman was not surprised. Is that why you asked us to go? Just this thing that is just less than 1 minute. Is that why you asked us to go and they come back? Gandhi now smiled and said, the day you came, at that time, I was still eating sugar. So I have to ask you to go so that I will stop eating sugar in order to have the moral justification to advise the son. Look at it. So now look at what is happening. Most of these elections were, conducted, supervised, headed by professors.
Yes.
And as soon as this is done, they go back to their various classrooms.
And tell bad teacher, people
on
bad governance. They will speak all the English in the
I think I'm not part of the group that believes that education is a scam.
No.
Because if not, maybe I wouldn't have been here. But to some extent, we got some deformed knowledge. And that's why most of us are let's continue with this.
Policy is power control. So people, even professors would like to get appointment.
I made reference to Gandhi died so many years ago, but his name keeps re-echoing.
There is no Gandhi anymore. So we have professors. There is no Gandhi. The professors we have is that they will find a way to make sure, most of them that have favor for chairman of governing council, VCs, is because of the level of this kind of election they have reached to that level.
Like my friend will say, that poverty is a very big monster. So once you exit from poverty, you work so hard not to go back to it. Do you get it? So maybe those are the pull and push reasons why this.
Look at it. Sometimes professors don't translate their knowledge to wealth.
Of course, yes.
That is why somebody from the street will begin around the street and get money to contest election and use you, the professor. It's even sometimes even a school dropout will now use you, the professor, with all the knowledge you have to help him to rig election, so that he will be at your top to now control you. So you see the irony. If the professors were thinking to translate their knowledge into wealth, they know what is good governance. Go to the meeting, gather yourself, and contest election. By the time when you are there, you now use that your knowledge. Because how many professors do you have as governors and commissioners?
No, if you now they will tell you that is the politicians that is like trying to suffocate life out of the politicians, out of the professors. And we meet all the time. They will tell you, do you know what? Have you ever imagined that in this country a councillor earns so higher than a professor? Those have been the line of argument.
They made it. They could be so.
So they made it. Yeah, of course. Now you are aiding and abetting. And tomorrow, before we enter this segment, I read just a Facebook post. He said those that are applauding thuggery or thugs for performing excellently, you get it? That those thugs will equally turn against you tomorrow, and it's not impossible. Like what you normally preach, the principle of karma. You get it? Those are
by the time when you celebrate them, the criminals, and you join them, jubilate. They will also teach you the way to steal. Exactly. And definitely there will be a day that you said, my boss have taught me how to steal. Let me go and steal to make my way too. So the trend will continue to be. And what we are saying is the same way to transform Nigerian electoral system. That is what we are trying to raise issues in terms of who is doing this and who is the key actors. How do we get to this particular point? That is very key to read, because You can't continue to lament and be in the classroom to tell people to do what is right, and you are not doing yes, why you are doing the opposite. It is not fair. It is time for the University Commission to look into this aspect of where professors are coming to help this situation. By all means, even though no matter how the pressure, you have to be honorable, you have to be fair to yourself, that yes, you have taught humanity on the right principles, and you come to do what is opposite to it, Kama will definitely visit you.
Or even, is it not possible, are there no way Inec should do with, make do with another set of
they feel that the professors are poor people, so let us enrich them with the small payment at this particular time and compensate them with appointment. So they are now looking at the bigger picture. If you deliver, you are the government, you are the VC of social university, or the governing chairman. You know what that means to govern a university. The professors, okay, if it's today, one day risk now, anything that will happen, let it happen. So I will go for it, and before you know, they have taken over, and then somebody from nowhere, yesterday professor, he has taken the risk of rigging election, so you become top of the other professors.
That like coup plotting. Exactly.
So Baramatu Voice still at a situation room where we give
you, expecting your feedback, your commentaries, and everything, and in a similar way, appreciating you too for remaining with Baramatu Voice, and to us, it's not going to be a dull moment. We'll keep informing you. We're in contact with Asaba, where the result is being collected, and as soon as each of the local government is dropped, we send it across to you. That we hope to do, that is what we've been doing, and we promise that we'll continue to do that till the result is finally declared. Yeah, we are interested, apart from being media house and the media professionals, we are interested because we are equally Deltans. Yes, exactly. So, but looking at the results so far declared, do you have any reservations? Observations? Concerns and co.
Sometimes it is not fair to make reservations that are sometimes not true.
Okay.
Because you can just be thinking in that direction, and which could not be right.
Okay.
So it is only what you are sure that you can make a very critical comment in regard to that. When we talked about issues on this election, those who have issues have already written the petitions and protesting at the collation. If I have issues to raise, I would have joined them in the protest. But at this point, we are looking at those who have issues to contact the Baramatu Voice.
To broadcast it. Yes, exactly.
That is the situation of things, and we hope to still get feedback from Popo from our field in regard to what is going on as they concluded the election process there, and that will help us to know
the next line of action.
Line of action. Whose local government is updating their own report from the point.
Well, I have one funny observation to make, and it has to do with the Labour Party scores. Is either they score 4,000 plus or they go back to 1,000 plus, as if it isn't that strategic.
When something is so hopeful,
1,000
definitely there is a fallback. Nigerians, when we had this, our people who were calling in, a lot of hope that the third force is not something to underrate. But what we saw that the third force has already been bought over in the market.
Bought over or eroded.
Because it could be, because do you know what it means for people who have failed to gather you and beg for it? And there must be a level of negotiation.
I think yes.
There must be a level of negotiation.
There is equally another way to it, like what Ambassador Ogaga said, that the governorship candidate of the party here in Delta may be a contributing factor. that is not known. You know, he wasn't serious with the party until P2B's miracle, was announced, and he wanted to, gain from that platform. I don't know if do you believe that line of thinking?
That keke or bus driver who was not known to become House of Rep member. Was it known?
Yeah, they were.
So,
it happened on the same day with people. And let me use your words. He enjoyed from people.
The grace of Peter disappeared. So people are, because that is where what conscious movement ought to be. Conscious movement is not just about one person. It must be the totality of the people's consciousness to gaining new freedom. Yes, the likes of Martin Luther, the King Jr. These are conscious movement. The negritude movement through literary writings were conscious movement in order to Africanize and tell the African stories. This is what we are. We are black people. Yes, if we are obedient people, let that to be consciousness should be part of everybody, not just within or be as one. So therefore, every other thing. Obi cannot live, operate in isolation. He has to operate with people. People, of course. Yes, to get a good government. What about he happened to get there just alone and there is a lot of petitions against him? What can he cope there? So these are things that we need to be conscious. A movement ought to be conscious from the head to the toe, top to bottom. Yes, top to bottom. Be conscious with it. If not, there will be a shift in it. And the shift that happens is what is happening in the election results. You can see that Ken Pella is nowhere to be found. Because Ken Pella himself was thinking that it's just a tool to be used. But the movement that ignite from the presidential election now give him a small new hope in order to swing this into action. But unfortunately, because the movement was not all-inclusive movement, it was just one person's agenda, and that gives the way to the victory of those persons who were at the same level.
Yes, exactly. Like the members of the House of Reps contested, senators and co, and immediately after that, the grace depart.
The grace depart. Obi grace disappeared into the heavenly glories, and those who were thinking that Obi will come again. Obi is not Jesus Christ. There is no second coming. We hope that people, Deltans, the Labour Party should be conscious, because we were thinking, the Deltas were at a point thinking that if suppose Boru, the camp to Labour parties.
He was formerly in Labour Party.
Formerly in Labour Party. He went to APC. Unfortunately, he was overthrown by his brother.
No, they don't in democracy, you don't overthrow, you edge out.
Okay. Yes, let's use the word edge out by his brother. So he becomes, where will I be? Before he could get to Labour Party, they have already organized a conspiracy to place somebody in the Labour Party, awaiting who will follow for the alternative. But he now run into Abga, and it could be a forest without tree. So there was no tree in the forest. So the only way is to register his presence there. And Deltans were lamenting that if supposing Oboru, what is wrong with Oboru? Why is it that all the parties he will be running to are failed party? He went to social party, DPP fall out. From now, Labour Party, just glory started coming. Now APC, it was very formidable force in APC in Delta State at that time. Then unfortunately, edge out. Then nowhere to stand. He has to run to where the forest of no tree and Abga. So why this time? If supposing Oboru is in Labour Party, there must be a strong battle.
The potency would have been higher than this.
Because people have already known him before. That obedient grace will sometimes follow suit.
My time has come. I would have given him that slogan.
Like what Tinubu said, my time, it is my time.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So, but we are praying nation. Let the will of God be done, even when people are complaining. We let the will of God be
Nigerians
done.
are always praying. Why
things are going
in China, people are practically walking even in primary students is given a very clear roadmap of what the economy of things.
Exactly.
But if we keep praying and praying, where are we praying to? What is the prayer going to give to us? Because you cannot continue to pray.
We are being joined now by Mr. Richard Ndoma. Mr. Richard will be talking to us right from Cross River State, Calabar to be precise. He'll be telling us, updating us of what is going on in that state. Mr. Richard, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, and how are you this evening?
Fine, thank you.
Again, many thanks for joining us. Yeah, we are all. You are a journalist, and by virtue of that fact, this is a very busy season for all of us. Electioneering season. Though we are not participating in that election, we are not vying for any political position, but by virtue of the responsibility attached to the profession we have chosen, we are by no choice. We have no other choice than to be busy, because it is our responsibility entrusted on us by the instrumentality of representative democracy to inform the people of what is going on till the new leadership is announced. So based on this fact, can we get the feel of what is going on in Cross River State, please?
Well, the atmosphere seems to be filled with a lot of jubilation, particularly among people who are from the southern territorial part of the Cross River State. That is the Epic, in particular the Epic tribes. They are the ones who have propagated who have brought the idea of the state governor who said power has to be shifted from the north to the south. The south has is made up of Akpamuyo, local government, Calabar Town, Calabar municipality, Bakasi, Odupani, Biate, and Akampa, about 7 local government areas that make up the southern territorial district of the state. So the state governor of Governor Yadi said power must be moved, rotate from to the south. So by virtue of that very conversation, the people from Epic origin, the Epic tribe, the Epic nation, they are so happy. When I mean Epic, that is the senatorial district where the urban of Calabar comes from. So there seems to be jubilation because the pendulum is swinging towards their own side. The pillars are having that the winner of that election is going to be Senator Bati Otubu, who hails from the south. Even though he seems he is contesting the election with Professor Sandy Ono, who is the senator representing Cross River Senatorial District. When I say Cross River Senatorial District, it's the senatorial district of former Senate leader Victor Nomegba and former Senator John Owaneno. So Sandy, who is the PDP, comes from the same senatorial district as the central with Nomegba and Owaneno. He is having a fight against Senator Otu, who comes from the southern senatorial district. So from the feelers that we have is like Otu is taking the lead. So the people of the Epic nation are jubilating that at least their son is going to win. Haven't led the state a long time ago during Donaldo. Some years back was Donaldo from the same senatorial district. But however, the supporters of Senator Sandy Ono are laying claim that they have been rigged out of the election, even though the result is yet to be announced. I was at the Central Senatorial District where I monitored the election. I just arrived Calabar some couple of hours ago. The people there are grumbling. and from the field, they observed that they were winning, but somehow, when the collation of results began to pop in, it's like they are losing ground. So, constantly, anybody who is winning, who is losing, will always complain that he has been rigged out or is going to be rigged out. But however, we are still waiting for the independent National Electoral Commission to make the announcement. As media men, as journalists, we cannot announce the result unless Inec goes ahead to say, look, this is this, because Inec is an authority.
Yes. Wow.
Again, in the northern senatorial district, where Senator Jaribe Agom Jaribe comes from, Senator Benayadi also comes from the north. What I have listened to is only one person that won the State House Assembly. One former Commissioner for Women Affairs under the Ayadi's administration. One woman, she used to be a former local government as chairman of Goja. She break her name. She too is winning and all that. Then Income Central. Another PDP person has also won the House of Assembly seat. BB, they call it Samuel Nijaban. He has also won or Income Ward. Income won state constituency. So that is just what is on ground for now.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for this detailed report. We obviously appreciate it. But yeah, we go a step further. What was the atmosphere like? Was there pockets of violence and attacks, counter-attacks and whatever? All through the electoral period?
Yes, there were violence. There was a lady shot in Bakassi where she was in a speedboat, and I know after with the Inec. She was in the speedboat heading towards Aki to conduct the election. Unfortunately, she was shot. A stray bullet caught her at the high speed. The bullet is suspected to have been released by the militants and all that. Although we are yet to ascertain if the militants have been on the side of the PDP or from the APC. But the story has like one story is a film. A film was shot yesterday, and it was rushed to the University of Calabar Teaching Hospital for medical attention. Thank God. From what the Inec, the resident electoral commissioner said, that the bullet did not touch her spinal cord. So she is currently receiving medical attention. And then again in the north, one person was shot dead. One Joe, a son named Michelle, he was shot, unfortunately, said to have been shot by a soldier for trying to snatch a ballot box. We hear he is of the APC, but he was shot in and all that. And then another thing, where we had another person was again in the northern senatorial district attacked one doctor or someone of the this morning, early this morning, the hoodlums stormed the Inec headquarters in Obo-Agege, where the state assembly elections were supposed to be collected. The collation center, the people were beaten, and then some results shipped on. Although Inec is saying that they have retrieved from the people machine and all that, but some people were beaten and injured. I have put some photographs of the victims and all that.
Okay. Well, that's a very sad one. Whenever we receive reports such as this, report of violence and injuries sustained by voters, we don't normally feel, we feel so sad about it. And this is not an exception. We've received similar reports from some other states. But that notwithstanding, we need to move forward, sir. Looking at the results of the State House of Assembly members, who is leading? Is it which political party is like having upper hand in the state as we speak?
It's the APC. It's the APC. Although the senator representing Central Centrality, who is the PDP candidate, said that the Inec and the security agencies are built towards the APC. That initially they provided a very fair and fair ground for them to run election, but somewhere along the line they began to tilt towards the APC because the military who assisted the INEC to conduct a peaceful election in the National Assembly and Presidential election were withdrawn. Were so suddenly withdrawn.
Okay.
And of course, as I speak right now, Senator Jarigbe, who is the highest political officer there in the North, because a man who typically is sitting an incumbent governor, of course, we should know the kind of influence he wields in that very senatorial district. He's said to be in the hideout. And then one Peter Kwankle, who won Obaliko Federal Constituency, who is supposed to be a political heavyweight in that region, is also in the hideout because they said the security agencies that were attached to personal security, like the police attached to him, have been withdrawn. We don't know where that came from and all that, so they are in a hideout. And one Atara, Obi Atara, who is a supporter of Senator Jarigbe is also in the hideout because they feel the police will protect them and that. But the atmosphere seems to be so tense in the northeast, especially in Calabar, the capital of Francois. People, there's jubilation because, you know, of course, the man who is the APC candidate, this is his hometown and all that, where he comes from. It's natural that his men, brother and sister will be happy that at least once again they are going to have a brother who will win a speaker in the throne of the governorship position.
Again, thank you many thanks for this update. But there are a few other questions or areas that we would like you to touch. Apart from these factors you have just listed that influenced the outcome of whatever, can we say that will it be wrong to say that the power of incumbency could have as well played a role, as in the governor being a member of the APC, the sitting governor?
Of course, that cannot automatically be ruled out.
Okay.
I have mentioned beginning that Senator Florence Tagiwa is a strong member of the APC.
Okay.
No member of the former Senate leader who is from the Central District is in the APC. John Awaneno is also in the APC.
Okay.
Of course, these are power brokers. Have been the master of the game and all that. They know what to do. The PDP are saying that they are being raked up because when they started seeing down of staff and all that, there was prayer atmosphere. But suddenly they are Inec and the security agencies and the police are collaborating to rob them of their victory. Natural, of course, you know it's natural that when you are losing, you won't find one for the other. But again, the power incumbency has to play its role because it was a little bit disgraceful for somebody like the Professor Benayade, who is well known, and to be defeated in his own senatorial district by Senator Jarigbe, who has become the only cock to crow in the northern senatorial district. Of course, the APC have to rise up to that occasion. Besides that, they also accuse the APC sympathisman of collaborating with the security agents, or the police in particular, and I to supervise that rigging.
Okay. Again, thank you so much, sir. Then, when you were giving this analysis, my mind went to the likes of the Senator Liali Moke, Senator Ndomeba, and the former Governor Donald Duke. Then the state also parades the national woman leader of the All Progressive Congress in the person of Dr. Mrs. Beta. What were the contributions of these people all through this electionary season?
Yes, Imoke, who is still like a godfather of the PDP, who was somewhere on the initial stage. You know, these are party problem between the influence of Yamso Wike, who was a supporter of Senator Sanjono, the PDP candidate. They had this internal crisis, the internal party wrangling. At a certain point, Imoke and co were aligning with Atiku, while the PDP governorship candidate, Senator Sanjono, was aligning with Yamso Wike. So now, after the loss of the election by Atiku, Imoke returned back now. He and Sandy as friends, they have been working together. There were videos done by Imoke asking people, the electorate, to vote in their both candidates, the governorship candidate of the PDP. So to be said, is also a strong supporter of Sunday. He is from the Electoral district. As it stands now, a lot of castigation by abuses have been going on him by his that why should he abandon the APC candidate to support Sandy on of the PDP from the Central District. Now, Imoke on his part to here he has been defeated by the National Women Leader, Dr. Beth, in the party ward. Imoke and Dr. Beta, they happen to come from the same political ward, Abbey ward. We hear that Imoke lost Abbey to another young lady, the National Women Leader. While Government on his part, there's jubilation, even in his polling political ward, even in his polling unit, he defeated everybody. So there's jubilation. Those watching the political scene now think that this is the first time Government has won the political award again, as compared to the initial time when he rose to the throne of the Senate.
Thank you so much. Just the final question before we let you go. Looking at the level of result and effort so far made by Inec, should the people of Cross River State expect the result between now and what time, sir?
Well, from experience, it's not the first time after I've covered elections. Since the state that state, it might be tomorrow morning, it might be from, we'll go to Inec, we'll stay there till maybe around 4. Maybe 3 or 4 as the case before they finish everything, because Cross River State is a very long state, like from the state capital. Like if you're driving to Oborevwori or to Goja, local government, or to Budu, it's going to take you about 7-8 hours. Or 7-8 hours to drive. You're at 1:33 minutes. It's going to take you up to 7 hours. So now results will begin to pop in. You see 1 hour, one will pop in from Oborevwori. It will take another 2 hours. Another one will come like from Goja. It take another 2 hours. Another one can come from the Kwara. I take another 2 hours. Another one come from the Congo. To places I have mentioned, it will take like 7-8 hours to drive from the state capital to those local government headquarters. So it's just not like a quiet where under 2 hours you have to around the state. Because State is not like that. The terrain is so difficult to traverse, except years over that the Southern Senatorial District like Otupani, Bakasi, Kalabata, Kalabama Municipality, Akampa, and Biate. It's just under 30 minutes, 1 hour, you just empty. But the other one, Obubura, Itun, Boki, Ikom, Obaliku, Bekwara, Oburu, you have to wait like maybe drive like 7-8 hours. So I'm hoping that from between 6 o'clock till 8 o'clock when the final result would have been, unless I go extra mile to perform the magic, then it can be like from 10 and 11 and all that. Otherwise, from my experience in the previous years, it's going to be from between that 6 to say around that time, 3-4 o'clock, 4 a.m. in the morning, when the final result will be announced.
Thank you very much for joining us. We sincerely appreciate you for giving an update from Cross River State. And thank you. And when need rise again, we'll call for more information in regard to the update of elections coming out from River State governorship and House of Assembly election. Thank you, Mr. Richard.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, hello viewers again. Many thanks. You've heard. You've equally gotten the situation report from Cross River State, Cross River State. Then while we were discussing Cross River State, many results were released. They include Ethiop, Oshimili North, and Ethiop and Oshimili North. So, going by the information as released by the Inec Delta, Ethiop local government, the total number of registered voters stands at 115,003 votes. 150,003. Accredited voters 30,466. 30,466. Then the result: APC 11,600. Labour Party 530. 530. PDP 13,030. 13,030. Total valid votes 27,814. 27,814. Rejected votes 805. 805. Total valid vote casts 28,619. 28,619. Returning officer reported that the ward collation officer for Ward 1 was kidnapped and later released. That is the appendage that came with this report.
Ethiopia East.
Eh?
Ethiopia East.
Ethiopia East, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Returning officer reported that ward collation officer for Ward 7.
It was 7 years ago.
Was kidnapped, but later released.
Okay.
And that's to tell you that there are a lot of issues regard to the elections, and it is notwithstanding what is here before us is that it took LGA, where we have PDP leads 13,000 votes.
Yeah.
Grievances, and that has to do with the due process. And we also have Oshimili North, local government area.
Just before we go, we go to Oshimili. So, who leads in Ethiopia?
It is PDP. We have 11,000 to 13,000.
Yeah, I just want us to bring it to the consciousness of
13,030
as against 11,600. Yes.
So that is to tell you that PDP
is leading.
The incumbent party is leading currently, and in spite of the protest that is ongoing. For the report so far we received is PDP on the lead. So we have Oshimili North local government area of the states. We have a total registered votes 103,657. We have accredited votes 45,834. That is total accredited votes. APC 5,327. Labour Party 2,183. That is Labour Party. Yes, then PDP 35,966. That is PDP. Then total valid votes 45,368. Rejected votes 455. total vote cast 45,823, while the LGA returning officer reported that a particular place vote did not pass through beavers and was cancelled. The APC for Oshimili North LGA protested that most of the votes declared for Oshimili North didn't pass through the by model voters accreditation system, which is beavers. We are accepted by the returning officer. Wow. So, Mr. Chairman, there is a petition.
Despite the fact that I was, nicknamed chairman growing up, but the fear of that tag chairman now is the beginning of wisdom. Inec chairman and the other chairman, the way they are going about it.
By the time when you are called chairman, you are that accompanied with a lot of sweat. So
that's where the chastisement, and everything.
Once you are called Mr. Chairman or Inec, you should expect a lot of swear from the masses because things will turn around with your table.
Exactly. Even when you are okay, let's give him that benefit of the doubt. Even when he's performing creditably well, because you must step on toes.
No, people will not see that credibility. Before they will see the credibility, they have to measure.
Yes, exactly.
This person, Jega, and this guy, who is better? So they have to measure and tell you that yes, that person was the devil, and this is now the angel. There must be a level of comparison at that level. So we also have.
We just finished with Oshimili
Not.
Okay, alright. That's a Kuku Ibuzo and Kanko. Yeah, I'm not surprised at these results. Yes, if you are talking about a town that is high number of polling, the voting population. You talk about Ibuzo, and Ibuzo is under Oshimili North. Do you get it? So that's just it. They have the population is something, and coupled with the fact that is a neighboring community, Ibuzo, Akuku Igbo, and Co. All those Ela, Ezi, and Co. So they are neighboring local government to the seat of power.
Okay.
So and those could have worked in favor of PDP. The PDP, and is a PDP stronghold.
Politics is a very serious game. If you are in, you know the intricacies that is involved. If you are out, you don't understand.
And they have some political bigwigs.
Yes.
Princess Ajudoa, the wife of the
House of Assembly.
Exactly. All those people. So they are top shots that can help you, that could have assisted, influence the result. So from here we move to the
Warri South, Warri South local government area of Delta State. That is, we getting this information from the Collation Center direct in Asaba, where the process is ongoing, where we get live update from our colleague in the Collation Center. So don't be surprised we're giving this live broadcast because we are there represented by a very formidable force to give us live update, where Deltans and Niger Delta will get update of what is happening at the various states. And we just received a call from Cross River State that give a very in-depth analysis of the electoral process in River State across all the zonal parks, where we talked about what happened in Bakassi. And I was trying to ask, is it a sea pirate that attacked people? Because in that Aziz you only heard of sea pirate stories. So if somebody tell you that you are a presiding officer in Cross River State going to Bakassi, you should expect an attack.
I'm equally surprised that Cross River has that landmass that you can drive for like 6, 7, 8 hours.
Okay, you've not been there?
No, I've not been there.
Okay, that is Cross River. Is a very
is it just mere landmass, or that you have to drive for minutes and hours without getting to a village?
For instance, now Calabar itself is very big city where you take long range of driving round to where you are going. So if you talk about the full states, that means it is something else.
Wow.
So let's go straight to Warri
Warri
South LGA, where our team were on ground monitoring the process, talk to people on the street, and then
before we announce the result, I can say that it was peaceful.
okay.
Peaceful. Then should I say there was voters apathy and
Okay.
whatever. So those were the pre-observations before the result.
Okay.
Go
So let's go in. Total registered voters 187,140. Accredited voters 32,959. That is accredited voters. Then APC 11,569 votes for APC. Then Labour Party 3,743. That is Labour Party. PDP 15,299. Total valid votes 31,768. Rejected votes 982. Then total vote cast 32,750. Returning officer reported that 2 polling units were cancelled in Ward 1 and 12 as a result of overvoting and violence. Mr. Chairman, that is the petition.
That's a very big setup. I think chairmanship is on holiday this period.
So the due process, you can now talk of the due process that was being registered, that they should submit the petition letters.
It's okay, there's no problem. Petition received. And like, let me use the words of the guy in Asaba.
Yeah.
We are going through it to see if it has or lacking in merit. If it has merit or lacking in merit. So that's just, but that was on a lighter mood. Looking at it, is it you that is conversant with
Warri South?
Is it in tune with your expectation?
Warri South is a Delta Central Senatorial District, and in as much as it happened in this dimension, there is no any other candidate that is contesting from different political zone.
Sorry,
all the candidates.
Delta Central or
Yes.
Delta South? South.
Delta.
Okay.
Yes.
Central.
It is Delta South.
Yes.
Delta South.
Yeah.
Now look at it. What happened in the sense that this comprises the Robos and the Shekris. And Ijos as well too. We talked about the NPA, the Ijos, and some of the Obokone communities are there. Labra Kopre are also there. War, they are also there. So made up of the Ijos, the Robos, and the Shekris. So at this point, and now the Robos are there, the Ijos are there, the Shekris are there, and current governor, where we have, for instance, now the local government chairman is also in the party. So it will also, every local government chairman that is under the leadership of Senator Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa is working in no doubt to deliver their LGA. So if that plays out, the Ijos, the Shekris, and the Robos as annex themselves to make sure the ruling party win the day. Yes. So that could be what plays out.
Wow.
But it will not be a surprise if APC happen to take over, because we also have Robos and Robos in the APC. But majorly,
you need to reframe that question. It couldn't have been a shock.
No, it is
now as we speak,
yes, it is not going to be a shock. For instance, if it is APC that happen to win
Yes,
there.
yeah.
But definitely one party must win
And as we speak now,
process.
there's no petition.
Yes, as we speak now, Mr. Chairman, I told you that there is a petition that a returning officer reported 2 polling units that were cancelled in Ward 1 and 12.
It's an information, not a petition.
Yes, as a result of overvoting and violence. Whenever a complaint is coming, Mr. Chairman, you should know that you should expect a petition in regard to that, because no complaint come in a free verbal approach to the Inec office, except you don't want it to be documented. And Mr. Chairman, I know that you are taking a very good note of all the petitions.
Definitely. Exactly. Okay. But are you not surprised that despite the existence of beavers, we still record overvoting?
In this aspect of overvoting is that
what could have led to it?
Overvoting is very key. Key in the sense that if you are not conscious of the crowd, you could have overvoting through the counting of the ballot papers. Yes. It is not the beavers that will give you the overvoting.
Yeah, that's why I asked that question. Yes.
The beavers will accredit, then the ballot papers will start to count. At the end, you now cross-check. Once you cross-check now, because the beavers did not record which party you are voting for, it is the papers on ground that you know which the party you are voting.
Yes.
So once they count and feel that the total number of persons who registered in the beavers is 10,000, and on ground you have 11,000 on the paper counted. It is overvoting. It doesn't correspond with what is accredited. So how do you sort out this overvoting?
I know who voted. Yes. Okay.
So that will now lead to a cancellation of the entire process.
So, but I don't think there is no perfect law. But what this means is that there is still much work, to be done as far as the Electoral Act is concerned. Why I'm saying it is this: if I'm contesting against you or with you, whichever way, and I discover that your voting strength is this what is it called, the studio, I can as well send my agent to come and cause overvoting so that the entire thing will be cancelled, thereby making you to lose your stronghold.
People make deliberate effort for that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I saw it on the
yes, exactly.
People make deliberate effort,
in your area of strength.
Before you know, the Inec officers will take them unaware that because of crowd, because if you are not Inec officials and the military has to be conscious of the crowd and crowd management. There are people who see that Mr. A is leading in this group.
Yes.
What can I do? They will make unnecessary crowd and crisis within that particular place. Before you know what is happening, someone else have taken ballot paper and put it into the listing. At the end, you get to see that you have
just 2 votes.
Yes, overvoting. So overvoting, who is the person? Whose political party?
You see the more reason.
So the mechanism of having this overvoting issue has to come from the beavers, where you have all the political parties electronically to thumbprint and you get your vote done.
That's more reason why we need to do that.
I think I have to become the residential commissioner for Inec so that
that should be
because you are already Mr. Chairman.
You are from Burutu local government.
Yeah,
you gotta start from there.
Okay.
You start from there.
The danger of swear is what I'm trying to avoid.
No, you need to approach one of the deities to wear anti swear bullet proof, something like that.
Religiously speaking, what is morally wrong is wrong. No amount of things that you wear, if you do not have the moral powers, the deities will be the first person to strike you, because they are living on the path of justice and morality. Nobody approaches the gods with immorality.
And even about going by the provisions and ethics of the conventional laws, there is a common saying that he that is going for equity must do what come with a clean hands. Yeah, so that's justice. So
there is only some few religious new people that will go to the our God is a forgiving Father and move with immoralities today and continue practice it. Yeah. It says my pastor will tell you, somebody will tell you that kiss my mouth. That is where Holy Spirit resides. And if you kiss it, you get healing from there. So because God is just washing them, you can't try that with the deity. That is just biting.
So looking at the report so far. As we speak, 14 local government has been declared.
Yes.
Out of these 14, APC 2, PDP 12.
The joining so far is becoming challenging. This is
you are not party to it, so it can't be challenging to you. What you will say is that it's becoming challenging to APC as a party because the gap is widening. Where do we borrow local government to fill in this gap? That would be the question. No, but in politics, all things are possible.
You can. You said the Lagos State has 40.
No, that's a special arrangement.
Bring it 30
from Lagos State. So, even in their elections, those 37 local council development areas were silent. They declared 20 out of, meaning that constitutionally and statutorily is only 20 local government that Lagos. So this is 2 for APC and PDP 12 and not for others.
Yeah.
Remember, we must not forget that 16 contenders participated in this electoral process. Wow.
I'm wondering that I think what will maybe probably get update from the Inec website is to know these 16 or 17 candidates that were part of the process.
16?
Yes, how many drop out from the election? Because what we are seeing is just 3 parties. 3-party system. So
even after
some of those candidates that we interviewed that were very firm, we asked what played out. We not seen the political party at least a kind of finish strong, whether you get it or not. Finish strong,
honorably.
because the last day of negotiation is lack of trust.
Of course.
Last day of negotiation, you were very firm, and the dead of night, you have agreed that you want to send all your supporters to Mr. A for this thing.
But the question now is that most of those political parties or candidates, do they truly have supporters? There are so many political gimmicks in this country. At times, I'm a paperweight politician. I will just look for one less privileged political party and register. Then you will look for another one and register. Our head of production will register. Then one day all of us will just gather and say that 5 political parties have collapsed their structure. You understand, in favor of one of the top contenders. Whereas we came alone, nobody followed us.
Yes,
you understand what I'm saying?
You have to. When you are alone, very shortly people will now start over. There is a political profile that I was one time candidate of governorship of social candidates. That is already in the profile. This is my blueprint. Everybody is selling their profile to the masses. Some persons are not actually coming to contest election, knowing fully well how capital intensive it is. And just like someone who contested the House of Assembly and could not provide even a single speedboat to go around and monitor it. You don't expect him to come. It's only before the day he will just manage to enter transport and get to the communities and tell them. Even going back, he will find a way to hang around at the waterfront to enter transport boats so back to the city. So election time, you have to mobilize. Have your own speedboat. Each of the political parties in the riverine area, they have already speedboats 5, 10, to monitor all the process. These are committed people.
But yes,
but
in as much as what you are projecting is a valid argument. So the question now is there no way somebody without money could become somebody?
How many persons are
because
willing
now
to sacrifice?
you may not have the money now, but you have the leadership, intellectuals, and the whatever management acumen to move your local government forward. But because
my friend contested one time House of Assembly. What the people told us that were working there, people now said that you look. Is it mean that I would use my money to pay my transport to where I will monitor the election for you as an agent? No money.
No money.
So, if, for instance, now, if I am contesting an election or you are contesting an election, so I am your party agent, are you going to give me money to pay my transport to there, or I'm going to use my money to pay transport to there? So how much do I have to do that? And how many persons would volunteer to spend their own money to go to the polling units of all the polling units and stand firm for you that they are monitoring elections? And now, don't forget, nowadays the highest bidder win the race. So a poor man to contest election, he must have the capacity of who is coming to sponsor him politically, financially. And you know the elections is capital intensive. You know it before coming in. So you must have a godfather. Those who have the wealthy godfathers make their ways into the political scenario and influence.
So what you are saying,
what you
are saying is that this principle or policy of godfatherism will not end anytime soon.
No, godfatherism will not end anytime soon, because a godfather, you must, for instance, now, if you are preparing yourself for any leadership position, even though in school you want to become the president of this country, what do you do first? You go to school.
Yes.
The amount of school, what will give you that eloquence and confidence is the education that you have acquired, that competency. So what do? Didn't you spend money in your educational process to equip yourself? So if you, for instance, now you have a target, you have to plan a structure. How much have I saved for this process in order to become what I want to become? How much do you have? You can't just tell me that I want to become a local government chairman and you don't have 5,000 naira in your account. There was somebody who came to tell us that they want to contest Senate election in the person of different political party. But I'm not to voice in our own wisdom. We were thinking that it's a serious one. 10 people to go and monitor Oborevwori headquarters. Whether he bought a form. No, he didn't get any form, nothing. At the lowest party. No form. So he will design posters for him for free and go and cover the stuff for free. The election day, we couldn't see him. Not knowing that he's not from anywhere. So before you would design, after design, but I'm not to voice design of a poster. It will still beg for transport. to go. So you can see how long, because that become a burden to you. Exactly. How long are you going to sponsor this? You are not ready for that. You must have something at hand to get prepared for something.
And we continue with that conversation because it's very, very important. Our leadership recruitment process is wrong, so we need to look for a way to find a lasting solution to it. Then we are being joined from Lagos this time around by Dr. Monday Ashibogo, a media consultant. Yes, okay. Yes, okay, yes, okay, yeah. He's a media consultant. He will be joining us to discuss the ongoing development. Doctor, good evening.
Good evening.
And how are you this evening?
Very well.
You came in right on time and just on time, where your attention is most needed.
Thank you.
Can we know where you are calling from?
Okay, I'm based in Lagos at the moment.
Okay.
Yes, but well aware of the political and socio-economic developments in Delta State.
Very much aware.
Exactly. Okay, and the name sounds Delta too.
I am.
You are okay. That should be from Delta North.
Yes, I am.
Okay, if I may go a step further to ask precisely.
I'm from Ndukwa East.
Ndokwa East. Okay, that's a very good one. We are all one, we are all Deltans, seeking and hoping that one day we shall build a state where justice, development, and peace shall reign supreme. That's our common goal. Yeah,
Yes,
Doctor, currently as we speak, the result as it stands shows that 14 local government has been released. Out of it, 2 went to APC, while the PDP retained 12. PDP being the ruling party in the state retained 12. And this local government cuts across the 3 senatorial zones. So it's not like coming from one, it's not one-sided, it's not coming from a particular senatorial side. What do you have to say about it, sir?
Well, it's an indication of actually how people are voting for individuals and the personalities they've decided that want to be led.
Okay.
Yes. So if you look at, they're also looking at the personalities of persons who will represent them at the House of Assembly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's look at the pre-election behaviors and fears and concerns. Before now, there was this issue that the people demonstrated a kind of behavior that they are tired of the incumbent party in the state, that they have been led for like close to 24 years now, unbroken, and that if you merge as in place side by side, if you juxtapose the party, the performance with the fund accruable to the state, that they are not commensurate. But now, looking at the result, is saying something new and different. What do you think could have set the stage for this kind of development?
Well, you know, perception is very key and important, and people are actually looking at quality of leadership.
Yes.
From who the party candidates are. Some people also believe in the concept of sustainability, and then others also believe that if you must actually change things in Delta State, it must come from personalities they can have trust with.
Okay.
Now, antecedents of the 2 leading political parties in Nigeria had actually been brought to question. So, for the APC at the national level, for the PDP at state levels, and for some persons, they may hold the opinion that they are ready to even settle, perhaps, with the APC, and some would also hold the opinion they are willing to settle with the PDP. However, with the inflow of new political parties and also some political movements like the Labour Party, the AA, ADC, SDP,
YPP,
and YPP and APGA, they're coming to play in the fray. It has also subjected electorates to making their choices. But what they're also looking at are the fundamental thing. Are we having just the old guard moving? You know, that just like someone who has a change of name says all former documents remain valid. So the issue is, are we having the same persons who were in PDP going to APC or going to Labour? If that is the scenario, we are bound to have people more comfortable staying with the people they know, whom they've seen, they've tested, perhaps they are disappointed, but would rather latch on with them than to go to the new brigade, which they see as just an old wine in a new bottle. So that may have been also a determinant of the behavior. There are also factors on the ground. When people talk about political structure, you should also look at sustainable structure that keeps people coming back all the time despite the disappointments of the electorate. What it means that the grassroots leadership is already embedded into a particular political party. So what you need to do is that if there's going to be a dislocation of that particular grassroots leadership, it will require a consensus work of persons who want to actually take the reins of leadership to deal with the issues at the grassroots. So for the average person on the street, you get to in localities, if you go to the rural areas, suburban areas of Delta, question you ask them predominantly is which parties do you know? And what will come to their lips easily is between PDP and APC. But the question is, what comes to them also to their mind when it comes to perception is the candidate you are putting, you are bringing forward to them. How well can they put their trust on that candidate and the people who are allies of that particular candidate? So another attributing factor we may look at in the way the narrative is changing is that there were a lot of defections to the APC in the last 1 week. And that may have also attributed to a kind of voter apathy towards that, getting the votes for that candidate, because people feel that, look, the old wine we're already moving into the new bottle. And we want to also move with that brigade. That may be a perception, which may stand to be, proved wrong. But there are also alliances that speak to, the antecedents and the historical issues that are attached to candidates, the questions of their integrity, the question of their historical antecedents, the question of what they have done, what have they achieved, what have they done for their senatorial areas, what have they done for their constituencies. So these ones will also play out. Then the question is, some people feel that, it's an assemblage of persons who want to keep to power at all cost, or a particular godfather who wants to reign in on another godson and still be in control of the state. So that's another perspective. But the issue is, voters sometimes do not feel we should not take them for granted. If you look at the way the presidential election went, particularly like in Delta State, you have candidates winning in the House of Representatives from a different party from the person winning at the presidential election. You have candidates winning senatorial seats different from candidates who won the presidential election in the state. So that speaks to that people are also beginning to look at the pedigree of candidates and the importance why they should latch on those candidates. But you see, at state level, the most difficult elections for you to conduct is state and local government elections, because you are endeared to the people at the grassroots. So there's no much dislocation. So people know you. They know you as my cousin, as my brother, as my relative. So it's a bigger challenge for us. And so a lot of sentiment will play out here. And then, during campaigns, particularly for governorship and at local government, you have too much propaganda that plays also. So the issue is that, this propaganda is actually impactful to the success of the election? It may be. So the narrative now, the way we're seeing things change is, people have been calling for a change in the system. They're calling for the old brigade to go. So my suspicion is that the old brigade moved to where the new brigade ought to be standing. And for that reason, people decided to stick with what they know, because they are seeing the same old brigade moving to the place they ordinarily would have made their choice to go to.
Wow, that's a very good one. But just from your explanation flows another question.
Yes.
Yeah. Though it sounds trivial, but it's important. If you are asked to evaluate the performance of the current administration in the state, could you say that it contributed to the sweeping victory that the party is recording now?
It's relative. Because the performance is coming both infrastructural and human development. I think what the state did was they invested more in terms of human capital to get many people getting political appointments. So that may have played out.
Yes.
Delta State has one of the highest number of SSEs after Rivers State. Rivers State has about 200,000 people in government employment as special assistant. Now, Delta State has in every ward no less than 10 persons who are SAs to the governor. So that is also an investment in human capital.
Yes.
So that means people are engaged 24 hours. So those people who also want to reciprocate that gesture by ensuring that they deliver their constituencies. It is not far-fetched. So that may have also accounted for it. So when you talk about development is both human and infrastructural. In infrastructural, we will also look at it relatively to maybe in areas of road infrastructure we are clearly not there, about 30%. But in the area of educational investment, the state is the first state to also run 4 concurrent universities at the same time. You know, taking over close to 1 million students in 4 universities, 2 polytechnics, about 3 colleges of education, and a host of other higher institutions. And the amazing thing, it's also become, the state is also a safe haven for people who are running for insecurity from the southeast. So that may also be an contributing factor. So the thing is, how do we deepen these developments in such a way that we now start to feel the impact? Otherwise, if you don't be like a drop of stone in the river, the ripple effect may be minimal.
Wow. That's a very good one. But sir, let's go a little bit more critical or analytical to some of your, some of the issues raised. You talked about human capital development and infrastructural development. Then you made mention of Delta investing more on human capital development. Yes, I quite agree. But can't we consider that development in that direction as peripheral, as report and the evidence points to the fact that most of these appointees contribute next to nothing to the running of the state government?
It is not about their contribution. It is about their recognition. That's what politics does. Politics is interested in recognition and giving the desired impact on the individual. Now, let us look at it from the angle of an economist. You know that if you have over 200,000 people employed as political appointees of the state, earning at an average of 200,000 to 250,000 naira a month, look at the ripple effect on their families. That person has a wife, possibly 2, 3, 4 kids, plus other dependents. That revenue that ordinarily would have been deployed perhaps for capital projects is now being deployed into the pockets of families. So that also has a way of dowsing.
Yes, sir, Doctor.
Yes.
With that reciprocation from the appointee.
That is, I'm coming to that. Okay. What do you want them to reciprocate? What they are reciprocating is what you are seeing now in the elections. What else again do you want the person to reciprocate? He will serve the purpose whenever an election is coming around the corner or there's a political activity. You are not giving an appointment for you. What appointment? Somebody who has been given a special assistant to the governor on a particular title, for example, youth development or community development. What will he do? He will stick around his community and keep holding empowerment meetings and all that. That is what we are known around. We will run down the whole things in circles. The only thing is that what you are doing is that you are distributing sustenance allowances. Not sustainable, sustenance allowance, things to just douse the level of poverty around the landscape. So when money comes in, 10,000, 5,000, they trickle down to people. That's the truth.
Again, many thanks, but I still have some concerns, not just for me, but for based on the interest of our, teaming viewers and their followers.
I agree with you. You see, we don't have a perfect strategy. What I'm just simply saying is, that is the direction some political leaders take.
Yes.
You understand me?
Yes. In order to
can do more, we can do better. The thing is that if you are looking for people to give you commensurate impact or reciprocity from their income that they earn from a system, then you set up industries. It is not from public service. Public service do not have that responsibility. So what you need to do is now to start creating, enabling environment for examples like in places like Wari, Ugeli, Patani, Abraka, Agbo, Ogwashuku, for industries to scale up and then take in at least nothing less than 1 million to 2 million people on jobs, and then the states now in reciprocity will get increased taxes. So your internally generated revenue ups. So even if you have a million political appointees, there are people who are gainfully employed, and the state in return earns revenue from those industries that have been scaled up. But if you're expecting reciprocity from public service, I don't know where you're going to get that kind of reciprocity outside the mobilization of people for political activities and economic reasons.
Yeah, Doctor, so thank you so much. Again, looking at your profile, I hold you at a very high esteem, because to earn a PhD is not an easy task. You understand, but there is this issue, that flies around in the public domain, that is not the duty of the government to, create jobs and co. At least I'm not finding it very comfortable.
That is not true. That is not true.
I have not, because
it is the duty of governments to create jobs by one strategy, creating the environment for the jobs. It is not the duty of governments to give out jobs, hand out jobs. But it's duty of government. When we say it's the duty of government to create jobs, it means that if I am to take up a political position like the governor of a state, my job is to find out how many people we have as graduates today that are underemployed, overemployed, unemployed. Those are the three characteristics of unemployment you will look at. And then you will now tell yourself, look, I have 20,000 graduates who are economics, some with first degrees, some with HNDs. We have this X amount of graduates with PhDs, with masters. You have this X amount of graduates who are female, right?
Yes.
And we have new investors coming in. Whether it is a federal government project, what the state government will now do is to say, look, we have a new policy, we create an enabling law that says XYZ percentage of workers must come from this community.
Okay, all right. Okay.
So, Dr. Monday, thank you very much for that very clear analysis on the Delta State politics. The question I want to ask, you mean that the total number of essays engaged by the state governor is for political reasons, for election victory?
What else do you think you employ political parties?
What happens if it turns out to be the opposite?
If what turns out to be the opposite?
The so-called projection.
Yes, the essays and people engaged. And the party
loyalty is subjective. If their interest or they feel that what they are getting is not sustainable, they may switch camps. It has happened. I've been choosing the defections that happened in the last 2 weeks.
Yes.
Some of them even have reason to become secretaries to state governments and are giving statements saying that the party that they have stayed in for the past 2 decades is odious and evil.
Yes.
Well, it's a subjective perception. So they are moving to a place where they will get a new lease of life. So it's all like, look, there's nothing for them in the new dispensation or the way the direction of things are going. They will also want to move to the other side. After all, they are moving to the other side. That side they are moving to, the party is at the center. So possibly by moving in there, they will get nominations into ministries, departments, and agencies at the national level, where they can use to consolidate access to power and then come and see if they can grab power at the state level in the next election. Glass, the Sapele Power Station, the unbundling of NEPA, and a host of other companies. But the issue is, how well was the implementation of this unbundling and privatization policy? Some didn't go too well. That's why today we are lamenting about seeing moribund buildings and factory layouts laid to waste. But if we had put in the proper investment structure in place, those factories will come back. Exactly. But the question is, will they come back as they were before, or they should come back better than they are? State governments have also failed. But the thing is, if you look at the resources available, because we all work cap in hand, everybody goes to Abuja at the end of this for all their campaigns in every system.
View of Singapore, from third world to first world, his account and experience, he made mention of the fact that after doing everything, that is the country. That was his conclusion. So going by that analysis, because as we speak, Lee is considered as one of the greatest leaders across the globe. As he then was. Yes. Going by that, why is it that the consecutive governors that have governed Delta have not thought along that axis? Was it a leadership? Was it a leadership? Poor leadership judgment, or how do we signpost it? I want us to get a clarification.
It's a combination of many things. But the question you must ask yourself, was you a Democrat?
No, it's a social democrat. It's a social democrat.
No. Listen, you look at the foundations of development in Asia and ask yourself,
how Asian economies, the tiger economies are developed. None of them developed under a democracy. You must look at historical antecedents. Is China developing under a democracy, but operates more like a democracy?
Of course.
Right? So, Lee Kuan Yew was not a Democrat. He doesn't have to send a bill to the National Assembly.
Okay.
When people will sit down and kill the project because it does not represent their personal interest. You understand me?
Yeah, I'm with
so, you see, if you look at the historical antecedent, yes, greatest leaders who have made some strategic changes in Asia were not Democrats. In our own context, we are having a democracy, and you cannot become dictatorial in implementing development.
Yes.
And that is why today you find it very ironical that when government wants to set up an industry or an institution, some people want another part of that institution also replicated in another place, despite the fact that it doesn't have any value there. Those are political considerations. So this impact is the cost of democracy. Because democracy, you have to lobby. You have to lobby through decades. Without, though he may have his close circle of economists and developers and all that, but Lee Kuan Yew was not answerable to anybody. Was Chairman Mao answerable to anybody except the People's Parliament? And you understand the structure of the Chinese system? So we need to also look at even the Middle East, United Arab Emirates,
yes,
Qatar, Doha. These are monarchs. In monarchy, the power is absolute and determined by the ruling families. And the ruling families have decided that their places should look better than any place else in the world, and it happened. But in democracy, you even have the good, the bad, the ugly, the insane, the mentally unstable, and pathological liars as well, sitting in one room. So the thing is, having to convince these persons to run a project takes a lot. I have seen beautiful novel ideas get to the floors of the National Assembly, get to the floors of state houses of assembly, and they are dead on arrival. So we need to also take those considerations. That's why we're saying that when we vote for leaders, we should also vote for leaders that have altruistic instinct to look at we rather than I. So it is not left for us as Deltans, it's not left for us as Nigerians to take that decision. And that was what happened, that was what played out in the presidential election.
Exactly.
That was what played out in the presidential election. Everybody was now saying, look, this is we, it's we now.
Again, Doctor, thank you so much. I'm enjoying, I will tag this conversation a scholarly conversation.
Very scholarly.
Thank you, very scholarly conversation. But from it, will it be hasty or wrong assertion to conclude that democracy is a cause or an albatross on our necks?
It is not. If you have an alternative to it, you can suggest. But I think it is the best option for us now in Nigeria, if you ask me. But it requires some refining. It requires different input. Okay. We will grow over time to develop as a nation.
Right.
You get me? We are just starting. Even in 20 years of democracy, we are still starting. Because the truth be said, if they say Rome was not built in a day, Rome had the technology of running cobblestones around the entire Europe. And it took them over 300 years to cobble roads around the whole Europe. So the issue you ask yourself is, when these things happen, you know, we will always be in a hurry, which is the truth, because you find yourself lagging behind. You go to other climes and you see what they have done. You just wish overnight maybe a Warri should have just looked like a Dubai, or Asaba should just be looking like New York. But the truth be said, it will take time. Our democracy will develop over time. And the truth is, if you recall, we've had an election in Nigeria where total number of registered voters tallied the total number of voters.
Of course, nobody died.
And nobody died, nobody traveled, nobody moved. And we had that election in Nigeria in 2003 in a particular state. Where you have 1 million registered voters, 1 million people voted, and 999,000 people voted for one particular party. And there was no vote for the opposing party. But today we have developed to the extent now that people's vote count. right?
Yes.
So even manipulation of results now is getting minimal. People are looking for how to sabotage the beavers. People are thinking of how to. Now, if you run with the ballot box, you just waste of time if the results are not uploaded. So it will develop over time, and that's the beauty of democracy. You look at what is important to your own people and adopt it. We will grow as a nation. We will wait.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Monday, for that very enlightening scope in our conversations in regard to reforming the political situation and critical issues raised in order to have a clear political landmark in Delta State and Nigeria at large. And it is interesting to have you, and subsequently, if you have any cause to reach out to you, we will reach out to you for more updates and issues in terms of the electoral process that is ongoing in Nigeria and Delta State. Thank you very much, Dr. Monday.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, many thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so viewers, it's been a wonderful, not just wonderful, but positively heated conversation. Yeah, it was like, a kind of departure from.
Yes, it's a clear departure. We now know that the PDP victory is based on the number of persons in power. For instance, now, if all the different essays, as you said, talk about maybe less than 10 persons in a polling unit cast their vote for a political party, and just count them before other persons and family members that they have empowered. Through I am eating from my husband and my children are here. So if that category of persons go to cast their vote for a particular political party, victory is sure.
Of course. So it wasn't even a mistake.
Yeah.
Instead, in the forthcoming dispensation, we should expect more appointments into offices such as that.
No, what Dr. Monday said, old wine in a new bottle. Because I know, for instance, now at this level where you talked about where people are decamping in a few hours to all the elections, trying to get into a new breed where they will profit. And some of those persons who come out openly and castigate the previous party that they were, that over 20-something years we have been in this system and this has been the problem, I've not been carried along, and you have been benefiting all this while, and you want to get relevant in another political party in order to attract more opportunities for yourself. And that is old wine in a new bottle. and more or less, there is one other aspect that is very key in the sense that those looking at the results that is upcoming and those those persons
will there be provision for your turn?
Politicians has a way of coming back that it was a mistake that I have to return back to my family to cover up, and that is the end of story. So nobody is accusing anybody why you ought not to come again. So everybody will accept it as a usual tradition of getting involved in their political parties.
Okay. Well, I am of the opinion that hello.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. And how are you this evening?
Yes,
thank God, I'm fine.
Yeah. Mr. Charismatic, right? Again?
Charismatic John Good.
Yes.
Okay. Publisher of
Spade NG News, Spade Nigeria News.
He has been on in the Collation Center giving us update of this.
Wow.
So definitely is here to give us more updates from the Collation Center. Mr. Abel, what is currently ongoing over there?
Actually, after the declaration of the result of Warri Southwest and Oshimili North, there seems to be some protest from the APC candidates, which led to the call for a recess, a break that we should reconvert by 6:30, which any moment for now will be converging, because the result from Oshimili North says total accredited voters over 45,000, and the PDP 35,000 plus, the returning officer only complained that to a particular unit that there was over voting, Beavers, the voting did not pass through Beavers and he cancelled it. But the APC agent protested that that was not true, that the majority of the votes did not pass through Beavers.
Wow.
So while raising the protest, they were advised to put their protest in writing as the usual way. Then the APGA agent complained about the APC agent, that the APC agents are always obstructing the coalition, that they should not be really giving the room to ask questions again, that anything they want to do, they just go and write petition instead of coming. So that's the APGA agent. So that is the situation right now. So the area looking tense. Diplomatically, the REC said that we should go for a recess. That was around after 5, and we reconverge by 6:30. So any moment from now, we'll reconverge.
Sir, thank you very much. It is very nice having your voice again. And you said Warri South, not Warri Southwest.
No.
Yes,
Warri South. We've not heard for Warri Southwest.
Yes.
It's only Warri South. Warri South has been declared.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, because it is very, this is one political party fighting another, APGA and APC. It is interesting to note that actually people who are coming to send in their petition have to follow the due process, which is a petition, written one, in order to pass due process, and that is what even the Inec voters orientation spoke early hours of the morning when we had interaction on the telephone from the Collation Center. And we sincerely appreciate you. And
no, but just before we go, there are some, we are in the season of body language, and I guess you will understand what I'm talking about as a journalist. So from the body language of the Inec officials in Asaba, do you see them attending to those petitions, or will they go ahead with the result?
They went ahead with the result. Like when the APGA agent was complaining that why was the APC agent challenging results, I'm talking about Beavers, not past Beavers or not. People were wondering what concerns APGA and APC challenging results. They were expecting people to do that, but it was APGA, and people now ask. The returning office, the state rec and the usually ask any question, should you adopt the results, which means the expected comment. Then why are you not shouting that the APC agent not to ask questions? So these were some of the questions raised behind the scene, the gossip around.
Okay.
So I wouldn't know if Inec is going to look into the petitions, but the most important is that petitions were submitted according to APC.
Okay.
In the past, and they are still going to submit the written petition other than verbal petition.
There is something that I want to get clarification. For instance, now we are all different media organizations. For instance, we sit in that place to ask questions, and another journalist fighting you not to raise questions in regard to that. And that is what is playing out between APC and APGA. Is there a kind of a fight back politically?
No, they won't really fight back, because whenever they want, before you can just raise your voice, the REC must permit you before you can raise your voice. It's just that somehow the atmosphere is not really. I don't know how to put it. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, there's no problem. We can understand.
The media journalist, it seems it's only one journalist, that the Nation newspaper correspondent, the person of Iwe Ukubo, that seems to be asking questions, and no any other journalist asks questions again.
So why is it so?
I wouldn't know.
And you try to ask questions and they are not responding?
No. The journalists never ask questions except everybody just, you accept the result, yes.
I can understand what you are saying. The others are just
the only journalists that have been asking questions from time to time have been one particular journalist, the reporter, the correspondent of the Nation newspaper.
Okay, all right, it's okay. It's maybe maybe the journalists have chosen to remain silent, or they don't see anything wrong, because you ask question when there is a relevant concern for you to ask question. If not, if you ask question for the reason of asking question, it becomes a foolish question. But for your own safety,
you don't have question to ask. I have not seen any reason to ask any question.
Exactly. So like I expressed, just like that. Now, but how is the environment? Is it safe for all of you? Because we are particularly concerned about your safety.
Yes, the environment is very safe.
Do we have enough security?
Lots of military lots of military presence here.
Okay, all right. So interpretatively, from the question, from your response now, you know, we are journalists, and by virtue of that development or by achievement or defeat, we are supposed to be partners in progress with public office holders. What will you say that after 24 years of unbroken democracy, we still need to militarize our environment, all in the name of carrying out electioneering, which is a civil matter or a civil program?
Yes, just as I said, after 24 years, because Nigeria is not yet ripe for the true democracy. So Nigerians, we still politicians. Okay, Nigerians still always have the intention of manipulating results and violence. If you know, lots of violence were reported, like in Warri South. One of the reasons they cancelled the vote in Unit 12 was because of violence. That even one of the agents, the Collation officer, was even kidnapped in Warri South, as reported in Ward 12 by the returning officer. Said and the Collation, the Ward returning officer was kidnapped, and overvoting were brought, forced to bypass beavers. All those violence. So these are the things that are calling for military presence in our democracy. So until we learn to be voting electronically, are you getting me? Stop vote buying and all those manipulation by politicians, because the common man in Nigeria, because of the Nigerian economy, they don't really have say. The politicians say controls the public in the sense that not by political office, but because of the naira at their disposal, because of the money at their disposal that they can give. So they still manipulate even the security men. I haven't heard about the security personnel that was even trying to help to release the arrested thugs that disrupted the election that were arrested. So all this put together, you must need police presence. If there's no security presence, I don't think even the Inec official will even be able to stay in that particular place to collate results, let alone journalists or other persons there.
Yeah, thank you.
Nigeria, we are not matured yet for democracy, for a true democracy. So we are still on a stakeholder process. So until we begin to understand that you can vote for the candidate of your choice without being attacked, without being victimized, that is when we can ask, okay, we can do election without military presence in INEC office or polling unit.
Mr. Hebel, thank you very much for giving us more update from the Collation Center. We sincerely appreciate your effort and what you have been doing in terms of the updates and the follow-up and all the activities involved in giving the best of outcome from the Collation Center in Asaba. And the Oborevwori Voice Television Room is very delighted in your conscious effort in giving the best of updates, and we appreciate you, and we will soon still call to get more updates from you as various local government results are coming in. Thank you very much, Mr. Hebel.
Thank you very much. And also comment the reg that is always calling for a recess whenever there is noise.
Noise, exactly. That's
because that is one of the ways of dancing the tension.
Yeah, of course.
In every time there is dust, there is alarm by one political party that this is what happened, or this was what happened in the local government, and you are giving a different report, the man will just call for a recess. I think that one has become the place.
Okay. Wow.
Again, yeah, many thanks for the time and quality reports you've been, extending to us. We obviously appreciate.
Thank you very much.
All right, our viewers, you heard from, let me use the last, the phrase I used, I said, back from Asaba.
Yes, getting update from Asaba is very important because Baramatu voice has been followed by different persons at the rural levels and the urban areas where the election activities is very key at this particular point in time.
Right, okay. So we are making progress, but we are making progress with getting clearer by the day how the whole thing is unfolding, and we are sure that if it continues at this pace, later by tomorrow morning we should know our governor-elect. So
yes,
that is just it.
By tomorrow morning, because they will be definitely they will not work overnight, and maybe particularly by around 8 within that level.
Yeah, but they've not closed for today.
Yes, so because according to Mr. Abel, said they are to resume by 6:30, and we will just quickly go for a short break and return for the more updates from the Collation Center, Sabah.
Yeah, please don't go away.